Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, everyone. Day 2 of this hearing into the Far North Solar Farm on State Highway 7. We're still working through planning evidence for those of you who have just arrived, so we are running a little bit behind time in terms of the schedule. We've probably got maybe another half an hour with the applicants' evidence, and then we'll move to the submitters, the timetable that we have before us. So you just have to bear with us. It's the way these hearings run sometimes. They very rarely run to time. So if we just get back to planning evidence. So we've still got, obviously, some questions, and I think we still want to run through the joint witness statement and some of the conditions. I think Commissioner Frey's got some questions in there as well. So hopefully you've got all of that for you.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just want to go back. So can we just go back into I think we're around about page 41, 42 of your evidence. And I just want to confirm with you your overall conclusion on the district plan in terms of where you sit. And I guess, and I'll just frame that a little bit. So we've worked our way through the policies in section 7. And you reached the conclusion there that the solar farm is consistent with these provisions. Given what we discussed yesterday, do you still sit with that? It is consistent with those provisions?
Yes, I'd say broadly consistent.
Broadly consistent. All right. I want to move down to section, which is under other matters, and we get into part 2 here, and this is where I want to focus a little bit of time here. So you've said here that given that the Hiranui District Plan became operative almost 10 years ago and would have been drafted over 15 years ago, you consider appropriate and prudent to have regard to part 2, and you've provided a high-level summary below. Going to part 2 is something that we'll need to consider, but there's a couple of things I want to work through with you on this. It appears your analysis of part 2 is relatively light, and you say it's high level. So are you relying on it? I would have thought if you're going to part 2, because of what you've said, you'd need a reasonably detailed assessment of part 2, not a high level assessment of part 2.
In my view, you can rely on the district plan, and going to part 2 was taking a precautionary approach. So hence why it was a high level overview.
But that's different from the application, isn't it? Because in the application, and I'm assuming you wrote the application, you state that just read through this with you. Also note that the application states that the RPS, the CLWRP, and the Hiranui District Plan are considered to contain provisions which have been prepared in regard to part 2 and which contain a coherent set of policies designed to achieve clear environmental outcomes, and therefore it would be considered that the assessment against part 2 would add little, if any, value to the overall evaluation. So what's changed? My question.
In preparing my evidence, I went back to the district plan and reviewed it. And my view is that the district plan is not contrary to part 2. But I do note, with the mind of looking at renewable electricity generation, and although the district plan contains provisions for that, it was my opinion that there was a lack of cohesion within those policies, and perhaps that plan was drafted with solar farms in mind, but perhaps not within the actual reality of those plan provisions being relied upon. And you can see a bit of inconsistency with some of those plan provisions. So in writing my evidence, I chose what I consider to be a precautionary approach and went back to part 2.
So then in assessing part 2, you've indicated in relation to section 6, you've indicated section 6, but you don't actually tell us if there's a matter of national importance that is of concern to you. Is there a national matter of importance that is concerned? You just said that the proposed solar farm aims to minimise adverse effects on landscape and natural character values. But is there a matter of national importance?
I would say no, given the site.
So there's no issue with the district plan in relation to that in terms of section 6?
Not in my view.
Okay. You can go to section 7, and you've referred to 7A, B, and C, but there's no analysis of any of those. So where's the assessment of section 7B? And why wouldn't 7F, and in particular, given this is a renewable energy, why wouldn't section 7J be of relevance?
I agree it would be of relevance.
And the relevance is?
Just want to pull up the, sorry, just let me pull up the specific wording so I can. In terms of 7F, it would be relevant when considering landscape effects.
And J?
And J would be relevant when considering the benefits of the proposal in terms of renewable energy generation.
So in looking at those elements, and possibly D might well be of relevance as well. And looking at those, do you think that the district plan has missed any of these?
I wouldn't say missed, but as I've noted previously, it's just the cohesiveness of some of those provisions.
So having been through those, and we just sort of check section 8, do you think there's anything in section 8 that's of relevance that's not covered by the district plan already?
No.
Okay. So having been through those and now looked at those, and do you accept that there's probably, if you were going to go to part 2, there's probably more analysis that you could have done?
Yes.
Having thought about that now, about what parts of part 2 do you consider to be important for us to go there that are not covered in the district plan?
I would probably look more closely at section 7. Particularly specifically J. And I would be, and F, and I would be considering section 7 and considering the cohesion of those provisions and how they sit in chapter 7 of the district plan.
So in terms of adverse effects then, which you've addressed in sort of an overall in paragraph 1211 to 211. Can I ask whether that what you're referring to there are all effects will be avoided, remedied, or mitigated?
Yes, I'm taking that's a broad statement, considering all effects.
Okay, so what might not be then, if you're saying it's broad, what might not be mitigated, avoided, remedied, or mitigated?
Well, I don't go into detail in that statement specifically around.
Yeah, but I'm giving you an opportunity to.
What, so the specific effects that are not avoided, remedied, or mitigated completely would be in terms of landscape and visual, and that's on specific receptors or dwellings.
Okay, so having had that discussion, your view is that there are elements of the district plan that would no longer meet part 2. Is that specifically around the national policy statement? Is that where we end up?
Sorry, can you?
National policies, the REG.
Yes.
Is that the crux of the issue? That why you feel we need to go to part 2?
Yes. Well, I think when reviewing the district plan, it was evident to me that it was drafted before the NPS. And there seemed to be, I should say, before the amended, obviously amended NPS. And there was, I think that's where the, not inconsistencies, but lack of cohesion, for lack of a better word, appears in those provisions. So that was why I went back to part 2, to sort of provide some further guidance in my review.
Okay. I guess that's probably what you should have said.
Yes.
Because to go to part 2, if you're saying the district plan is out of date, then you really need a quite thorough analysis of why it's out of date and what are the bits that are out of date, and you really need to detail that. And that's why I'm having trouble with this high level approach to part 2. You're suggesting we need to go there and need to consider part 2, but you're saying it's high level without providing us with any great detail as to why.
Right.
Okay. I just want to talk a little bit about, I'll drop down to paragraph 231. And around these definitions. And And you've looked at definition of industry in the plan and said solar farm doesn't fall within this definition. I just wonder whether the answer is simply that solar farm falls within the definition of renewable energy generation within the district plan, and that's got a definition, and it means the generation of electricity from solar. And the definition of renewable energy generation activities means the construction, operation, and maintenance, repair, replacement, and upgrading of structures associated with renewable energy generation. Isn't that simply the answer? Isn't that what this is?
Yes, and I think my discussion here was to address what was raised by submitters in terms of it being classed as an industrial development and
Yeah, I understand that, but given the definitions that are already in the plan and quite clearly say that what renewable energy isn't that the definition of what this is?
yes, I would say it is.
Because if you also look at the introduction to the rural chapter, and it states that other non-primary production land uses such as infrastructure and renewable energy generation activities also have a function and location need to be located in the rural area. So not only does the plan actually define what renewable energy is, it then provides some commentary around that. I guess my question is, you'd agree that this proposal falls within the definition of a real renewable energy generation activity?
Yes, I would in reviewing that definition.
Just slightly further down at paragraph 235, the same issue of rising around rural industry and industrial activities. And I just want to ask you, I know it's not there at the moment, but it is under construction. So would you describe the Mount Cass wind farm as a rural industrial site or as a renewable energy site?
I would class it as a renewable.
So just turning to conditions, and I know that these have been amended and we might just jump into some of those, and we've already had some commentary on some of them already. I'm just wondering whether we can run through some of those now, and I know Mr. Bray has some questions to ask around that, as do I. Perhaps why don't we start with the management plans? Might as well start with the management plans.
You say at 239A, a suite of management plans, 16 to be precise. Do we need 16 management plans? I mean, my concern with having that many management plans is the practicality of actually being able to implement them. You know, what is in what plan? Is there not a way to reduce some of this? And also, isn't some of what the management plans are actually doing is exactly what the condition requires anyway? So why do you need a management plan to say that control this when the condition says control this?
Yes, I take your point. I guess Firstly, in caucusing, I think in looking to the regional conditions, we did aim to reduce the number of management plans and reduce the complexity by relying on what is already a requirement of the regional consent. There are elements, obviously, that such as the construction management plan, which also includes a specific Transpower management plan, and conditions around fire risk, which have come from engagement with the relevant authorities. So they're in essence a necessity, I would argue. And then there are other elements to these management plans which involve in some cases, such as the landscape vegetation management plan is an adaptive management approach, which is, I agree, not probably reflected right now in the conditions, but that's the purpose that management plan would serve. And then there are other conditions such as the glint and glare, again, which aims to involve an adaptive management approach. So I take your point that there does seem to be a lot of management plans, but I think they do serve a purpose that a simple limit condition wouldn't fulfill.
Okay, well, let's look at a couple of things. So let's take the landscape and vegetation management plan, for example, and then the pest animal and weed management plan. I mean, wouldn't you expect a landscape management plan to include controls about pest weeds? So essentially, isn't that the same? It's achieving the same thing.
Yes, it could sit within the landscape management plan.
And equally, the management of habitat, for example, could be, because again, that's about managing vegetation. Yeah, perhaps we can just leave it to you we know that you've got some work to do on the conditions, that maybe a fresh look at that, and thinking about the practicality of an operation and the practicality of managing things.
Yes, I take your point that there could be plans that are simplified and consolidated.
And in terms of the glint and glare, I mean, we heard from our expert yesterday about his suggestion to have an adaptive management plan, but I think you have a condition which says make sure that you don't have any glint and glare, essentially. Doesn't that achieve that?
I would still consider that a management plan, though, to sort of set out how that is managed, if glint and glare was to arise, would be appropriate. But I take your point, and I would be very happy to look at where they can be simplified and consolidated.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just a paragraph, isn't it? That expert yesterday seemed to answer my question on how to manage that within about 30 words. So whether we need a whole management plan that sits aside a whole lot of other management plans to control that, yeah. I'll leave that for you to work through, perhaps.
You talked a little bit yesterday about some of the duplications with Environment Canterbury in terms of conditions. I think another one which I've noted is the accidental discovery protocol.
Yes, I'd be happy to talk to that.
Yeah.
So this was something that was raised in also our caucusing. So you'll see that there are two different accidental discovery protocols. One sits in the ECAN consent, and then one that we are putting forward in the district consent. In my view, the accidental discovery protocol that sits in the district consent is more robust. And I also understand through my interactions with Ngāi Tahu on a different solar farm in the Mackenzie Basin that they prefer the condition that is currently proposed in the district set of conditions, as that follows more the Heritage New Zealand protocols. So that is why it currently sits separate to the ECAN.
Are there, and I haven't had a look at the CRC one, but are there different requirements? So
Not
in terms of accidental discovery?
the current condition in the district consent is more specific in terms of setbacks and process to be followed. They don't conflict, but there's more detail provided in the one in the district consent currently.
So it's more about detail than it is about conflicting
Yes.
requirements. I think it's worth us running through. Actually, I should ask you if you get any questions on the substantive evidence. Go back to it.
No.
Okay. It might be it's worth us running through where there are disagreements between you and Ms. Kirby. So the first one is the new condition on 26, which is the landscape one. Ms. Kirby is saying it's important in her view that the landscape mitigation planning is undertaken as soon as possible. But she agrees that timing needs to be practical. At this stage, I think it simply says within the first planting season after the installation of the fence. Does the fence come before construction?
So based off my understanding, it does. I think considering that there's going to be changes to that landscape management plan in terms of details around staging of planting, I think this condition 26 needs strengthening to make it clear of the sequence of works.
So how would you see it being strengthened in that terms of that sequence?
Well, I think edits to the landscape management plan to either edits or a new condition, I'm not sure at this stage, but to set out the staging of works and how that is to be, how planting is to follow would clarify.
Should that planting occur prior to construction?
I consider it needs to occur before panels are installed.
Just the panels or the posts as well?
Panels and
And posts.
arrays,
Arrays.
piles, yeah.
The next one down is, yeah, I'm trying to get my head. So condition 55 is refer to condition 9, which is the new, I think it's a new condition. Nine, 9L1. What has changed there? What I just don't understand what the disagreement is there.
Sorry, is this for condition 55, did you say?
Yeah, so if you go down to, if you've got the table of
Yeah.
agents, so go down to 55 and across in the disagreements, it says refer to condition 9L. Roman numeral 1 to 4, new condition. Which goes missing.
Oh, I think that's the old condition 55, which has been removed. Because there's a new condition 55.
What's is there no disagreement here?
There is
Okay.
no I think that note is just noting that the community liaison group will receive all certified management plans. It shouldn't be in that column. It's not really I wouldn't say it's a disagreement. Ms. Kirby might wish to add to that.
Okay, so the next one down is condition 66, which we can ask Ms. Kirby about when we get to them about the glint and glare. So I don't think that's in relation to two-story buildings. And then we get to 74, 75. So is that the same issue as above?
Yes.
Okay. And then we get to grass height. Did you want to touch on this one? I'll let you go on this one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, how do you see compliance with that condition being able to achieved?
Yes, I look, to be totally clear, I agree with Ms. Kirby that it's probably quite a difficult condition to enforce. We both agree that it does seem important in terms of managing fire risk. I did suggest something along the lines of, could photographic evidence be provided? I don't know if something like that is of any meaningful value. But this was a condition that actually came about on the Greytown Solar Farm project to manage the same fire risk that was relevant for that site. And the same discussions were had, and there wasn't really a clear conclusion reached on how that would be managed. So
What did the court say in the end?
in the end, it's been left as just a requirement, noting that the site is going to be grazed. And I think there was an acknowledgement that from an operational point of view, the site, you would have want long grass on the site. And I remember the wording of that condition was changed from, I think it reads maximum average height, noting that you can't have a strict limit on grass. So that's where that was left.
And the court accepted it, and then is it signed off on it?
Well, we're still waiting on our final decision on it, but there wasn't any comments in the interim decision that was released on the application on that specific condition.
And where did the links come from? Like who determines that 300 millimeters in the winter is
That
300 is avoids fire risk?
That came from the fire engineer that prepared the fire risk assessment for Greytown, and that's sort of an average height that applies.
Have Ben's looked at this in terms of the site?
They have been engaged with on the site, yes.
And they've specifically looked at this grass height?
They've seen all the proposed conditions, which included this condition.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure council is going to respond to. I guess what we're struggling with is the enforceability.
And to be fair, I also struggle with that.
Is there a means of dealing with, I don't want to go to management plans, but means of dealing with that in turn rather than as a condition?
Well, it could sit, I guess one option potentially is for it to sit in the operational fire risk management plan. And it could be just thinking of, talking aloud, thinking aloud, it could be a requirement for grass heights to be maintained and checked with a monitoring regime to sit in that management plan.
Without putting words in the council's mouth, I'm just wondering whether they're being prepared to send an enforcement officer out to measure like the grass at various times of the year. you might get a big bill, so, okay. Okay, I think we've covered this issue around the noise limits for future dwellings. You've heard the concerns that I've expressed around that. I guess the other point to make on this, and bearing in mind what Mr. Ibbotson said yesterday, his view was that you wouldn't reach that level in any event. So this is sort of like a condition, I think in his words, that would never need to be enforced. So you got to ask the question of why do we have it?
Yes.
And I think that's what needs to be considered. Because it really is creating a condition for a third party, puts the onus on the council to enforce.
Yeah.
And got to ask the question, given Mr. Ibbetson's evidence, what's the purpose of it? Because he's basically saying, well, we'll never get there, but just in case.
Yes, look, I acknowledge the risk is, from my understanding, quite low that we would ever be in that situation. I also...
Perhaps isn't the answer to this that, and given its future, to address it through a future district plan, whatever that may look like under new legislation, but anyway, isn't that the answer that you seek to have provisions in a future district plan rather than through this process, which then deals with reverse sensitivity in the way it's normally dealt with?
That would be the more clear-cut process. I'm more than happy to go back and look at that condition, and I take on board those points.
I don't know whether there's been discussions on condition 100, well, it's whether it still may not be 103 anymore.
On the acoustic report?
Acoustic one, yeah. Have Mr. Ibbotson and Mr. Trevathan had a look at that?
At this stage, I haven't had any, they haven't had the opportunity, I don't believe, to discuss in more detail. And I think that would be useful for them to...
I think they probably need to, because it's...
focus on that.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, the only thing would be about timing of getting this information out first.
Yeah, we'll have to address that at the end. That time.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, look, it would be useful if by Monday, when we come back on Monday, there were some answers to some of these things.
Yes, I did talk to Ms. Kirby yesterday, and we are hoping that perhaps we'll have a chance to have caucusing between the landscape architects, Dr. Bramley and ourselves on Thursday. So that would hopefully mean that we can address some of the questions around at least the landscape management plan.
I just have one last question, and I know that this has been offered up as a condition. And I'm not sure how enforceable it is, but this is the condition around providing for, if you like, first rights to locals in terms of certain obtaining work on certain parts of the solar farm. Has that come out of other conditions that you've seen?
Yes, it has been on a number of different solar farm applications I've worked on, and that's usually as a result of first the applicant wishing to work with local businesses, and also the desire that plantings are obtained from the local environment to ensure, I guess, better survivability and success. So
and the demonstration of compliance is by providing the council with evidence at a later date. I'm not sure there's an enforcement.
Yeah, do we need it?
Yeah. Well, I guess I wondered whether it was a condition or whether it was an advice note, but I guess applicant is offering it up. At this stage, I'm not aware of the council opposing it, so we'll see in terms of enforcement. But whether it's an advice note is another option. But I'd be interested to know where it's been used previously. It's not a condition I've seen.
Right, yes.
But where has it been used previously, and is it working? Do you know?
Well, I know it's been included on the Greytown Solar Farm consent, and I believe there's another project as well, which I'm happy to go through and find.
So it hasn't actually got to the point of actually.
But in terms of, yes, actually being implemented, I can't comment on whether it's a successful condition in that light. I could see how it could fall as an advice note, and I'd be happy to look at that and give it.
Look, Ms. Kirby, I guess from your point of view, you respond as we get to it. I'm just interested in what the council's view of something like this is. It's very unusual, and I know it's been offered up by the applicant, so you've got to look at that. And I guess, does the council see a problem? You can have time to think about it. We'll talk about that on Monday, but it's just something we raise here. You got any questions, Shin?
No, you've done a cracking job of covering everything I had.
I've stolen your thunder.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're up to the submitters, and I think we have first up Jax May and Nicholas May. And you've got a PowerPoint presentation, I think.
Yeah, so if you just do share that.
Yep.
Oh, sure. I don't know what's going on. Yes. If you just want to hand those out. Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. I don't. I'll give it. Sure. Yeah. Okay. No, but the things collate too.
Okay, welcome. We have read through your original submission, so we've been that. Happy for you to talk to it, but obviously you've got a PowerPoint. I'm assuming you're going to go through that and deal with some of the issues that you're concerned about. So over to you. You just need to be able to speak into that microphone.
Right, give me a-
Yeah. So everyone else can hear. And you might have to swap seats if you get both hands, please. I suspect.
It's just my support. Are you good though? Or-
You're still trying to get it up.
Yeah.
We do have it in front of us as well. So don't worry that it's small up there.
Do you want me to just keep on track?
It's up there now.
Cool.
Oh, good morning. My name is Jax May, and I'm presenting the submission on behalf of myself and my husband, Nick. We live at 247 Mackenzie's Road, which is directly opposite the proposed solar farm site. We've lived in the Waipara area for 13 years and purchased our bare land property in 2015. Since then, we've developed and now manage a trachea on the site, along with undertaking native planting and landscape enhancement works, as well as building our family home, which is centred around the view looking across open farm terraces and up to the Deans, Mount Grey, and up to the Weka Pass. We also operate a truffle-based tourism experience and work alongside local wineries on seasonal truffle events, contributing to the wider Huranui tourism economy. While we are not professional planting or landscape experts, we do have extensive lived experience of the area and practical experience managing land, visitors, and rural-based tourism activities within this environment. Our concerns, therefore, come from both our direct experience and our day-to-day interaction with the landscape and visitors who come to the area. Firstly, we'd like to make it clear that we are not opposed renewable energy or solar generation in principle. We ourselves live off the grid, with solar being our main source of power. We understand the importance of renewable energy and the role it will play in New Zealand's future. Our concern is with the scale, the siting, the insufficient mitigation of this particular proposal, and the significant effects it will have on the many neighbouring residents, rural character, visual amenities, well-being, and tourism-related activity within the Waipara area. We believe the proposal, as currently designed, is inconsistent with the Huranui District Plan policies relating to rural character and its qualities, particularly 3.5. Today, I'd like to address the rural character and landscape effects, the uncertainty and delay associated with mitigation planting, the contradictions within the applicant's own evidence, effects on our home, family, and livelihood, construction and operational impacts, and then conditions we request if consent is granted. The proposed development covers approximately 181 hectares and it includes extensive solar arrays, security fencing with barbed wire, inverter infrastructure, internal roads, hard stand areas, and associated industrial infrastructure. In our submission, this is not a small-scale rural utility activity. It represents the industrialisation of a rural landscape currently characterised by vineyards, pasture, truffiers, olive groves, scattered homes, and tourism activities. Policy 3.5 of the Huranui District Plan seeks to maintain the dominance of open space over structures, maintain rural outlooks, and ensure compatibility with surrounding land uses. We do not believe this proposal achieves those outcomes. Our property sits elevated above parts of the proposed site and directly overlooks the terraces where panels are proposed. This means we will not simply experience occasional glimpses. We will look directly down onto substantial areas of panels, fencing, and associated infrastructure across much of our outlook. Importantly, the applicant's own landscape evidence acknowledges that neighbouring properties on Mackenzie's Road will experience high construction effects and high to moderate visual effects during the first 5 years. Council's landscape architect reached an even stronger conclusion, assessing the overall magnitude of landscape effects as moderate to high. In our submission, these are not minor effects. In the Waipara Basin, the Waipara Basin is also an important tourism and visitor landscape. Visitors travelling to and through the area toward Hamner Springs, using the Waipara Valley Wine Trail, enjoying one of the many amazing local wineries, walking the Mount Cass area, or experiencing one of our truffle hunts, currently experience an open rural landscape. This proposal introduces a highly visible industrial scale energy development into that environment. A major concern for us is that the proposal relies heavily on future mitigation planting to justify the level of visual effects. However, much of the evidence before the commissioners raises serious questions about whether that mitigation can reliably succeed. The applicant's own evidence identifies extremely dry and free draining soils, low water holding capacity, drought-prone conditions, high wind exposure, and challenging growing conditions. The ecological evidence describes this as one of the hardest restoration sites observed, with the potential for catastrophic failure of planting if not carefully managed. There are also acknowledged risks relating to rabbits, drought, irrigation uncertainty, and species suitability. Despite this, the proposal relies heavily on future planting success as their primary mitigation for significant immediate visual effects. We also note that the commissioners have been invited to view a reference planting site at 290 Glenmark Drive, described by the applicant as an example of successful establishment without irrigation to their understanding. It is my knowledge, based on the fact that my sister lived there when they were planted and established, is that this site has in fact benefited from plentiful irrigation, particularly during establishment, which raises questions about how directly comparable it is. Also add to the fact that it has established shelter from the gum trees and a different soil type with better water holding capacity suitable for cropping. Because our property sits above the site, boundary planting will not fully screen the panels from many rooms in our house or from the outdoor living spaces and our wider property. The terraced nature of the site also means the development remains visible across multiple elevations. Importantly, construction is proposed to begin well before screening is established or even started. The applicant's evidence suggests some planting may not begin until after commissioning, and effective screening may take between 5 and 10 years from planting, assuming successful establishment. From our perspective, that is not a temporary effect. The applicant frequently describes these impacts as short-term. However, if mitigation may take up to a decade to become effective, or even longer, neighbouring residents are effectively being asked to live with moderate to high visual effects for a substantial portion of the consent duration. For our family specifically, that period represents much of our children's upbringing. We also struggle to reconcile several conclusions reached in the applicant's planning evidence with the underlying expert evidence. For example, the planning evidence repeatedly concludes that long-term visual effects will become less than minor. However, the same evidence acknowledges moderate to high visual effects for neighbouring properties, delayed mitigation, uncertain planting success, and ongoing visibility from elevated properties. We also note that the applicant's landscape evidence specifically identifies our property as experiencing a marked change in landscape character and identifies our visual effects as high during construction and high to moderate in the short term. In our submission, the actual effects experienced by directly affected residents are materially greater than described in the overall planning conclusions. We are also concerned that the proposal repeatedly relies on best case scenario mitigation examples. For example, irrigation availability appears uncertain during early establishment, Some restoration planting may initially proceed without irrigation, and the proposed planting success benchmark only seems to be 70% vegetation cover at 1 metre height. That level of planting would not provide meaningful screening for many neighbouring properties, particularly elevated ones such as ours. That's 14. One of the main reasons we purchased bare land in this location and invested in developing our home, trachea and business was to raise our children in a quiet rural environment. We deliberately chose this property so our children could grow up playing outdoors, building huts, swimming in the river, and enjoying open space and nature. The proposed development would fundamentally change the character and experience of those spaces during the exact years our children are growing up. Our children regularly use the river area and outdoor spaces directly adjacent to the proposed site boundary, as you have seen in these images, a mere 10 metres away from the proposed security fence. When we use those areas as a family, we would instead be beside industrial fencing and extensive solar infrastructure. A key concern for us is timing. Even if the mitigation planting is eventually successful, much of our children's upbringing in this rural environment will already have passed before effective screening is achieved. By that stage, they may have already left home. We also operate truffle tourism experiences from our property. Guests consistently comment on the peacefulness, the rural outlook, and the evening landscape views across the terraces towards the Deans, Mount Grey, and the Weka Pass. We had planned to expand this activity with visitor accommodation. However, the uncertainty created in 2023 by this proposal has placed those plans on hold. While the applicant refers to substantial economic benefits, many of those benefits appear concentrated in the short term, whereas neighbouring residents may experience long-term adverse effects in residential amenity, tourism, activity, and future investment opportunities. Construction effects are also significant. The proposal involves approximately 69,000 driven piles 2 metres deep across the site, with pile driving occurring over the extended construction period. This also does not include the driving of fence posts. There's also substantial roading going in and traffic movements. This is not comparable to normal intermittent rural activity such as tractors or seasonal farming operations. The neighbouring residents, including families with children and people working from home, this would involve prolonged industrial scale construction, noise, and disturbance over many years before any visual, noise, or dust screening has been established, if even planted. We are also concerned about the dust generation during construction, given the extremely dry, stony, and free-draining nature of the soils identified in the applicant's own evidence, particularly during northwest wind conditions. We seek enforceable dust mitigation monitoring and response requirements to ensure neighbouring properties are adequately protected, especially the Waipara township, who would be in the path of the northwest winds. We are also concerned about operational noise from inverters and infrastructure. While these noises may technically comply with the noise limits, they differ from normal rural sounds because they are continuous and year-round rather than intermittent and seasonal. Additionally, the applicant's own glint and glare evidence identifies early morning and late evening periods as the times when reflection effects are most likely due to the backtracking operations. These are also the times neighbouring residents are most likely to be home and using outdoor living spaces. We also wish to briefly address the applicant's statements regarding engagement with neighbouring landowners in their final statement of evidence, point 101. We acknowledge there were early discussions with the applicant, with a range of mitigation concepts discussed, including planting arrangements, potential landscape treatment on our property and near our boundary, installation of our own personal solar setup, community initiative support, and other measures intended to reduce visual, noise, and community effects. We also have email correspondence, which has been handed out from this period, which reflects those early discussions and suggested mitigation approaches. However, none of these matters were formalised in a way that provides certainty over their implementation, performance, or long-term maintenance. From our perspective, this is a key issue. While engagement did occur, engagement itself does not equate to effective communication or enforceable mitigation. Only consent conditions can provide certainty over outcomes for our development of this scale and duration. Accordingly, reliance on informal discussions or early stage concepts does not adequately address the long-term effects on neighbouring properties. If consent is granted, we respectfully request robust and enforceable conditions, requiring the applicant to immediately establish a bund along our property bank, plant it with our landscape plan, using weed mats, tree guards, and stakes, and then provide irrigation installation. We will supply the water and the ongoing care. Provide the $35,000 worth of solar equipment initially promised in early correspondence. Establish and fund independent monitoring for noise, glare, dust, and visual screening effectiveness at agreed neighbouring properties before construction and after commissioning, making results publicly available. Undertake immediate remedial action at the applicant's cost where adverse effects exceed those assessed or consent conditions are breached. Implement legally enforceable vegetation establishment, irrigation, maintenance, and replacement obligations to ensure long-term screening effectiveness. Include enforceable provisions enabling council to require additional mitigation, operational restrictions, or suspension of activities where repeated breaches or unresolved adverse effects occur, and to establish a community grants and initiatives fund. We're also concerned about what practical remedies exist for directly affected landowners if mitigation measures fail or consent conditions are breached. In many cases, enforcement mechanisms appear focused on regulatory compliance rather than restoring the amenity, well-being, or enjoyment lost by neighbouring residents while breaches are occurring. From our perspective, the risk of failed planting, excessive noise, dust, glare, or other unforeseen effects should not sit primarily with neighbouring families who did not choose this development. We therefore request that any consent conditions include clear accountability mechanisms, prompt remedial obligations, and meaningful enforcement provisions to ensure neighbouring landowners are not left carrying the long-term consequences of unsuccessful mitigation or non-compliance. In conclusion, we respectfully submit that the current scale and siting of this proposal are inappropriate for this location and would create significant and lasting adverse effects on neighbouring properties and rural amenity. While renewable energy generation is important, we do not believe that that should come at the expense of directly affected families, established rural character, and the quiet enjoyment of neighbouring properties where the proposed mitigation remains uncertain and delayed. We ask the commissioners to consider the scale of the proposal, the uncertainty surrounding mitigation success, the acknowledged visual and quality of life impacts on neighbouring properties, and whether the adverse effects have genuinely been reduced to an accepted level. Thank you for hearing our submission and for considering the impacts this proposal will have on our family and the wider Waipara rural environment. We would also like to invite the commissioners to 247 Mackenzie's Road to observe the scale of effects this development would have on our family home and property as part of our submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Firstly, can you just make sure you list the site visit down with Liz?
Sure.
To just get your name, because I suspect there'll be a few, and otherwise we'll forget if we write them down. Secondly, have we got a copy of what you read out?
No, but I can.
Can you make that available?
Yeah.
That'd be brilliant. Thank you very much. Thirdly, can you sorry, just want to take us through these emails?
Yep.
Just so we understand, so we can understand what's happened here.
Yeah, so initially, we obviously just heard through local gossip that this was going on, and then we got approached, I think this is accurate, if it isn't, approached by Far North Solar, and they came and visited our site, said what was going on, and presented a whole lot of ideas. At that point, we were unsure of what the scale was or the impact it could have, so worked with them with some ideas that we had, which included a lot of planting on our own land. They offered to put in a solar array for us.
The planting was on your land.
Yeah, well, you
Okay. Right.
you
Okay.
can't block it out on their land, so our only conclusion was to do it on ours. We talked about clearing willows out of the river and planting natives. We talked about initiatives we could do with local schools and other native planting. They talked about pest control. Have anything else?
So that's the email.
The first one, I think, 2020.
Yes, look, the
Right.
second one, where you've gone back with your main issues and you've outlined some of these things.
Yeah.
Yep.
They then had the woolshed meeting for the community, and that's when it sort of drummed home on how big a scale it was actually going to be. And then they also had another sort of more private meeting that we went to with my parents, who are also neighbours, and had quite a more in-depth discussion and things that we thought could help mitigate or at least lessen the impact for both us and the community.
Okay. And that you get to August 2024, and there's
Then we just didn't hear back.
nothing happened from there.
Well, and just didn't
Okay.
hear anything.
Okay. For that, have you had a chance to look at the conditions that are circulating around? Have you seen any of those yet? I just know some of the things that you raised through that are now sitting in conditions like community liaison group. I think you referred to that, and noise monitoring and all that sort of stuff. I think it's sitting in there. They're online if you want to go back and look at them. Okay, so
I have.
Yep, you start, and I'll see whether you take my questions.
Okay.
This time.
Thank you for your presentation. You did a great job. But, this has been building for you, and we understand that. So you moved 13 years ago. Where did you come from?
So originally sort of Banks Peninsula area, but my family has sort of been in the wider North Canterbury area for generations.
Cool. And truffling, tell me about that. How does that work? In 30 seconds?
Don't want to bore you. We grow them on the root system of an evergreen oak tree. So we planted those in 2017, and before that we planted another property in the area as well as one that we managed up the Waipara Gorge.
Okay.
And what's the tourism component to that?
Doing the truffle hunts. So June, July, August, people come along and watch the dogs locate and dig up the truffles, and then we'd have a meal around that or lunch and wine experience. So that's where we work in with the local wineries.
I missed that on my weekend.
You didn't get
Sorry about that. Look, there's quite a bit to unpack of what you've said. You've covered a lot, which is great. I do want to focus to start with just a little bit on the outlook and the view. We've seen the visualizations that have been prepared, and I don't think you were here yesterday, were you? No. So we did talk through that with the applicant in some detail about what they're showing and what some of the limitations of those visualizations are. But in terms of your outlook, if you imagine your outlook, and I'm sure you can imagine it in your mind without thinking about it, what are the things about that outlook that you like the most? What draws you to it? What chose you to go there?
the space, uninterrupted space. I also love how much it changes over the day and the seasons because of the terrace. You get the shadow effects, and that's one of the things that scares us the most about losing that. And if it did get approved and went ahead and we had to plant along the top of our property, okay, it will block the panels, but it will also block our view down into our river and that space. So yes, we'll still have the horizon line, but we'll compromise about a third of our view.
Yeah, so yesterday we talked to the applicant about, the concept of open space, and it's mentioned in their application that open space is still retained, that the solar panels aren't that high, that the broad open space, the terracing will still be quite visible. What's your take on that?
That's my problem. It is still visible. It's not the sheep grazing grass. It's something that's reflective and built and man-made, and not why we move where we are. Like, we've had to compromise on things that we could offer our kids if we lived in town. Why don't we just live in town and have all those buildings and industrial around us, but still have the benefits of living in a city?
So, but you would still have views of the sheltered belts, you'd still have views to the mountains, you would still have the elevated position.
Yeah, but it's not what we bought and not what we fell in love with.
No. So what if it was covered in a vineyard? Would that be, you'd have the same view as well?
It wouldn't be my top choice, but at least it's something that's changing with autumn colours. It's still got something that softens it. And it's part of the area. It was already, when we moved here, vineyards were here. So I see that as part of our wider rural character.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is something I'm trying to really unpick, and we've had discussions on this yesterday, and I'm sure there'll be more. And it's the sort of identification of what's industrial, what the applicant maintains that it's not industrial, that it's utilitarian. What would be your take on that? What drives you to think it's industrial?
I think the high reflective surfaces, materials, that it's not really changing. I'd also like to bring up the fact that you keep saying it's going to be screened, but when? I mean, none of the terrace planting. I'm sorry, there have been so many documents sent out. I'm a bit confused about where we're up to, but I don't think any of the internal terraces are irrigated, and
they are now going to be.
I still think it will be years before they grow. We water our plants, and we've been there for 11 years. Like, it's not an established garden whatsoever. I just think a lot relies on the success of that planting, and if it happens, I don't think it will be for a very long time.
And I mean, you mentioned in your slide presentation, species choice was concern. What?
I think
about
it has been addressed a wee bit since they've got a local
Right.
to come in and help with that, and I'd continuously stress for it to be Huranui natives or the Rangiora people, yeah, someone who does planting plans for this area.
Yeah.
Use that.
And the applicant yesterday talked about the planting being a key part of the mitigation, particularly from your property and those elevated properties, by sort of breaking up the panels. And you'd still see the panels, but they would be divided, and the terraces would still be visible, though, at planting. I mean, what's your take on that?
The fact that it's still all visible. The panels
panels
are
themselves,
visible, yeah.
Can't be shielded from us due to
Yeah.
our elevated position, so we're always going to be able to see them.
Yeah.
And just, it's sort of, I feel like the construction period of it has just kind of been forgotten about. Like, to me, that's going to be the worst time of all. And at one point it said there were over 100 vehicles on, or 100 people on site or something. You know, those first 2 years are going to be horrific.
So I think that's been reduced again. Have a look at the conditions. It's now Monday to Friday only. I accept that's still,
Well, that's a lot of people work from home. A lot of people work on their property and have tourism based around that as well. So yes, that's great for when we, I don't know, want to sleep, or if we're going to an office job in town or something, but most of us are at home during the week.
So the final outcome then, so if we were mindful to grant the proposal, would your preference would therefore be to have a bund established and planting on your property? Is that
My main preference, but I am potentially
yeah, main preference would be not
Not at
for it not to happen.
to downscale it, make it a lot smaller and push it up
Yeah.
into the top half where it's up in the Weka Pass and affecting the one property that's signed off on it being okay to them.
But if it was to go like that, and we haven't made the decision, we're here to hear that. But if it was to go ahead as it was, would your preference be to accept that it's there and still have the long range views, or to have the planting on your property?
Planting on our property,
Planting,
yeah, and have that control of.
We don't want to,
Success.
we don't want
Yeah.
to be looking at it.
okay.
Right.
Yep.
I've just got a couple more questions for you. The impact on tourism is something that's mentioned. I'm trying to get my head around how does that impact tourism? How would it impact?
Well, us personally.
Yeah, from your
Which
view.
is, yeah, from our knowledge set. I'm really worried about the first 2 years of construction. So when I've got groups there, a lot of people come from main city centres because they want to get out and do something different and be out in the country. And to me, having all that construction noise as I'm trying to talk to a group of 50 people outside is going to be bloody hard. And I think it takes away from that overall experience.
Is I'm going to use the Manawatu analogy with wind farms, where initially people were pretty opposed to those. It's come in, seen as renewable energy, and there's now sort of a much more acceptance of that post-construction. Do you see that as
It might happen, I don't know, but
given that it's
the thing,
renewable?
we don't know. And what happens in the immediate time now, when we need, let's be honest, we need that income, we need that now. Sure, it might suddenly settle, well, not suddenly, slowly settle into the landscape and be something that is acceptable, but it's that immediate uncertainty. And we were about to build a little Airbnb, but we're not going to take that risk now, and we will not take it for at least 10 years.
Have you had, over the past couple of years, you've still obviously running your truffle experience and that sort of thing, have you talked to to those people who have come to visit about it?
A lot of people cannot believe it's happening. Some people are interested, and because we've got solar panels ourselves, it tends to come up because they start talking about it. But they do just think, why, what a waste of a view.
The other one of the other questions I had, you referenced privacy. And I'm just trying to understand how would it affect your privacy?
Well, again, it's the construction years that
So post the construction.
I think you said there was only one.
I think it's 3 people. Three, yeah.
And to be honest, we see the farmer running his dogs every morning and afternoon, so it will be the same as that.
Just beat me to the questions.
So that's, yeah, it's those, sorry, I should have specified mainly the construction years.
Okay, hang on, might be something else. This is a bit of a big question, but so a lot of submitters are, we don't want the solar farm. We're not opposed to renewable energy, but we just don't want it in this location. So the big question is, what is an appropriate location for a solar farm?
I would say one that is close to an industrial site that it is feeding right into when there is a power demand, such as the airport or the smaller scale ones, which are next to Lincoln University, which actually feed into a demand at peak times and feed that community power. I'd also say it's the scale. So if it was scaled down, then I would feel that's more acceptable for the needs in the area.
Just in terms of benefits, you raised that earlier. There's reference in the applicant's evidence now that we're looking at somewhere around a $10 million spend in the local community during construction.
Is that the local community though, or are those contractors, highly specific to?
The evidence was local community, and you might have heard me earlier questioning around a condition that's been put in there around engaging local people in terms of the regeneration and planting. There's some questions around a condition like that, but that's what we've got in front of us. So that's in front of us. What I was more going to ask you about, so the regenerative native planting is now proposed along the terraces from one end to the other. So in terms of biodiversity, do you see that as a benefit?
Yes, I do.
Just doubling back a little bit, you referred to shadowing earlier about the light and the shadows and the importance of that. Is that in relation to those terraces?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So if they're planted in natives, you've sort of got this trade-off here, haven't you? You probably lose the shadowing, but you get the natives.
Yeah, but I'm saying that my first choice is for it to not happen at all and it just stay the same.
Yeah.
But I would way prefer a native planting than cypress hedges everywhere that are just going to introduce pollen, more starlings, seed everywhere. Yeah, I would prefer the natives with the panels rather than cypress and panels. And I know that differs for other residents, but yeah.
Yeah, so can I just take that a step further? So your preference would be that the internal screening that they've proposed, which is the cypress, that wasn't there. You would prefer for it all to be native within the solar farm.
Yeah.
Yes. You want? No. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Well done. I know we're running behind time, but given it's 10:25, we'll just take a break for 15 minutes and back at 20 to 11.
Yeah, that's what she was saying.
At our cellar doors, our vineyards, cafes, B&Bs, historic Waipara's railway and the lifeblood of the valley. I also just wanted to touch on the planting, listening yesterday regarding screening using the Cypress PB2 grade. I'm not an expert, so I Googled the PB2, but I could be wrong, but it states sizes start between 2 to 300 mil. And Mr. Coker stating reaching 5 metres would take approximately 6 to 7 years. By that time, the damage would be done to the charm. Also with irrigation, an issue with no irrigation plan or bore drilled or ECAN consents, I would think these things would be in place to support their proposal. I also handed out a little article there, you probably should have in front, about the 30-hectare plant in Omahu near Edgecombe. Locals felt let down by Far North's non-compliance on the planting to install a 1 metre planting screen prior to construction. None of the planting met requirement size, as you see in the email with Whakatane Council Consents Manager Mike Avery, confirming they did not meet the approved landscape plan, although changes were made after locals spoke up. And now, if the removal of the local Matagari here does not instill confidence in me that planting is important for them. And we've all heard the phrase, do now and ask for forgiveness later, seems to be a theme happening here. Also on fire, I'm not an expert, but did read the Far North's proposal by John Priest on his field trip in October 25. He rated as a genuine concern of fire risk with the bone dry conditions, often droughts and strong northwest winds. A single spark with any of these conditions could be disastrous with prevailing winds, northwest being the prevailing wind, get straight to the village. I appreciate your time listening, and as a concerned local, I can see what the solar farm could do to this pristine, beautiful rural town. Let's keep it a scenic gateway, not an industrial zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I, and this will become a bit of a theme as you go through, we obviously try and understand, a lot of people talk about the impact on tourism. How do you see that? How do you see the solar farm impacting tourism? What is the impact on tourism?
For me, I've travelled like overseas through the States and through like Samoa and places like that, which you expect to be beautiful island nations and that. And I remember driving past solar farms and just thinking, that's the lasting memory I have of it. It's just not what you expect. And, you know, when you go to visit these places, you expect it to be, well, you have expectations of what you think it would be. And solar was not one of them.
So where would you, do you accept that solar is part of our renewable energy?
100%, yeah.
Okay, so where would it go?
I mean, like Whānau said, it's good flat land, which is what it needs. And, you know, Waipara gets a lot of sunlight hours and things like that, but I just don't feel it needs to be in such an obvious place for a community, for a, you know, vineyard growing area. So, and I understand that it needs to be closer to, you know, for financial reasons, to substations and things like that, but surely there's other farmland that's available.
So in your opinion, or based on what you've read, where do you think the proposal would be seen from mainly?
State highways, the Alpine Pacific Triangle, the State Highway 7, that's, from what I understand, it's 4 odd Ks long. It's, you know, it's going to take you 3 or 4 minutes to drive past that. And I don't think any amount of screening is really going to hide that, especially within that time frame of the growing period.
So, I mean, there are shelter belts in place along that road. And I think growing shelter belts is quite a normal activity around here.
Yeah.
So it could be possible right now that somebody could plant a shelter belt right the way along that.
Yeah, and we've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that between Leafield and Waikuku. They've done that along there, and that did take years to do. That was a pine shelter belt.
Right.
It does take years to do, definitely. Yeah, that's primarily my concern. The years that it's going to take to put the shelter belt up.
So could you see perhaps a mechanism whereby the shelter belt or the screening has to be a certain height before construction starts?
100%. Yeah.
And what would you suggest that would be?
Well, with the irrigation primarily for the young, because the young seedlings really, aren't they? So definitely have to get all that. And I know they've got mitigating factors with the screening of mesh and stuff like that. But I'd like to have the shelter belt established like for a year or two at least before you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just circling back to the tourism issue and the state highway you talked about. I guess if you're driving south, coming back down the state highway, in a few years' time, you're going to have a whole lot of turbines sitting up on the hillside as well.
That's true, yeah.
Is that going to make a difference in your view in terms of that tourism thing? So having a solar farm to
well, then that just makes the valley look like a solar valley or it gives it that renewable look, obviously. But wind farms, they're not right there at you, I guess. They're up on a hill and they are quite impressive. They're quite a big thing. So it's just that it's not right
Well, yeah, and you probably heard me ask this question before. That's been the experience of, say, wind farms in the
Yeah.
Manawa too.
Yeah.
And you actually have, you have the local rugby team called the Turbos and have a turbine in the
Yeah.
stadium. It's become
I understand.
an attraction in its own right.
I understand renewable energy it's where everyone's moving to. Yeah, it's just not on state highways. I just don't believe our state highways should have them. It's not what New Zealand is.
So have you flown into Christchurch recently?
No, I haven't recently. No, that was February I did, but it was at night. Yeah.
Quite massive solar farm.
Yeah.
Looking at the.
Yeah, my wife drove through it with a video going of it, and it made me sick. If that's a commercial area, that's a built-up area. There's commercial buildings everywhere around there. I didn't enjoy that drive.
The only one I had, you mentioned fire and you mentioned it in your submission as well. I mean, what's the fire risk at the moment? I mean, it's a bare paddock with grass on it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, was it September 2024? We had the fire that started in Waipara that come right back down over the Glenmark Hills. They couldn't control that for days, and I mean, being a bare paddock, it would only take someone to throw a cigarette out the window. Not that most people, smoke these days, but any spark or anything, it would just ignite really quickly. With our northwest winds, it would just travel through there so fast.
But wouldn't that happen now?
Well, it has, like I say, it's come from Waipara and Glenmark, and then was the Waipara fires in August 24. So yeah, it does happen.
Okay.
So
what's your concern there? That the fires,
contaminants from the panels, and everything like that would leach into the ground if it was burnt out. And I don't know what the fens do for fire risk, but I understand they contain it instead of trying to put it out. So
yeah, well, we've got a lot of fens information here, and there's a lot of tanks on site in terms of firefighting and stuff like that.
Yeah, my understanding was that it was to contain, but not actually get in there and fight it. It was to contain it from spreading.
No, that's it. Will we see you this afternoon as well, part of the collective?
Yeah, I'll stand in.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your time.
We've got Jonathan Preston and Lisa Pomana. Oh, and you've got a presentation, I think it might just come through.
Okay.
It's an email I've asked of.
Oh, it's email of your submission. All right.
Okay.
I think my questions are on the original one. Go back to that. Okay, welcome. Again, we've seen your submission, so but we're happy for you to talk through us, and then we'll see what sort of questions we've got after that. Okay.
My name is Lisa Pomana. Myself and my partner, John Preston, own a property directly opposite the Waipara, proposed Waipara solar farm development at 73 Mackenzie's Road.
73.
Yep. Of note, we are a two-storey house, and this was not initially assessed in the applicant's first landscaping mitigation plan. It's only assessed after our submission. We also own another property at 337 Mackenzie's Road, which is also, but it's indirectly affected. Thank you for your opportunity to speak today. I would like to begin by making one thing very clear. I do not oppose solar power in principle, and I accept that New Zealand will need additional renewable generation in the future. However, support for renewable energy does not mean every proposal is automatically appropriate, regardless of its scale, siting, or environmental effects. My opposition to this proposal is its location and scale. In my view, the proposed final solar development is fundamentally incompatible with the existing rural character, environmental sensitivity, visual landscape, and long-term identity of the Waipara Valley. This proposal is repeatedly described by the applicant as compatible with rural character, low impact, temporary, and environmentally beneficial. This is not a modest rural activity. This is not a small collection of panels quietly integrated into the landscape like solar farms at Swannanoa, which is 8 hectares, and Oxford, which is 10 hectares. These are materially smaller and far more consistent with the concept of integrating renewable energy generation within the rural landscapes. They are more palatable and more acceptable to communities. They blend into the local landscapes. They don't dominate them like this one will. The Waipara Basin represents a singular convergence of geological heritage, rare dryland biodiversity, deep cultural narrative that cannot be replicated elsewhere. The introduction of a large-scale solar utility into this landscape threatens to disrupt delicate ecological complex and dominate the area. The Waipara Basin is not a barren landscape awaiting development. It is a living, highly functioning ecosystem. The proposed solar farm must be viewed not in isolation. Our community has already witnessed the loss of one of the largest stands of Matagari in Canterbury, a stand of over 100 years old that was mulched over by the landowner without the required resource consents. This act was more than a procedural failure. It was the erasure of a slow-growing nitrogen-fixing pillar of our dry land ecosystem that took a century to establish. We work outside every day in this ecosystem with our viticultural business directly next to the Weeka Creek. Our regular sightings of the black-fronted tern, which is nationally endangered, the black-banded dotterel, which is at risk, the New Zealand falcon, which is threatened, and the pied oyster catcher confirm the proposed solar farm sits directly within a vital ecological corridor. These are not occasional visitors that we see once in a while. We see them on a regular basis. But resident specialists of the Braided River system of the Weeka Stream and the Waipara River. To industrialise the specific geographical zone is known to lead to disrupt the habitat of species that the Department of Conservation and Mana Whenua are fighting to save. The applicant suggests that continued sheep grazing beneath the panel somehow preserves the rural character of the site, and I disagree entirely. The presence of sheep beneath industrial infrastructure does not preserve openness, it does not preserve rural character, and it does not preserve the visual identity or feeling of our valley. The proposal appears heavily dependent on approximately 30,000 screening trees intended to soften or conceal the development. However, I seriously question whether this mitigation strategy is genuinely realistic, sustainable, reliable in North Canterbury conditions. As local residents, we understand this environment, the dryness of summer, the nor'west winds, and how exposed this valley can be. We understand how difficult it is to establish and maintain plantings in these conditions over the long term with our business. The applicant states that the effect of the solar farm will be mitigated by the 10-year mark and the effects to most will be low. When putting this into context of the lifespan of the solar farm being 35 years, it will take 28% of its lifespan before the plantings will take full effect. If you account for minimal irrigation after year one, which is what they're proposing, this will drastically increase the time period that will take to achieve screening. Our property is rated as being affected as moderate to high level, like many others, in the area until screening is at the 10-year mark. We will look down on it. We will be next to the web of new power lines heading towards the substation. Waipara is not a high rainfall environment. This area experiences prolonged dry periods, low summer soil moisture, high evapotranspiration, and increased pressure on our water resources. These are not theoretical conditions discussed in reports. These are the practical reality of living and working in this environment. Importantly, the applicant now confirms that water for the proposed screening plants must be sourced through a transferred water allocation arrangement, and that a new bore will still need to be drilled before the transfer can occur, or needing further consents through ECAN. In other words, a critical component of the mitigation strategy depends on future approvals. The applicant has indicated that approximately 8,000 cubic metres of water per year will support the establishment and maintenance of around about 30,000 screening trees. This irrigation plan is a half measure that creates an unacceptable risk. While the screening trees may just survive on their 8,000 cubic metre allocation, thousands of internal trees without irrigation will inevitably become a standing fuel load. I understand that's changed. But keeping all vegetation hydrated ensures it acts as a fire retardant rather than a fire wick. North Canterbury is a rain shadow. You cannot rely on rainfall for new plantings because from October to March, evapotranspiration, which is water leaving the ground, almost exceeds rainfall. The North Canterbury nor'wester is like a hairdryer, wind that can strip moisture from plants and ours. We have some of the highest evapotranspiration rates in New Zealand. It can exceed 5 to 7 mil per day in the summer. 8,000 cubic metres per year for 30,000 trees equates to only 266 litres per tree per year. In a standard 180-day North Canterbury growing season, which is October to March, this allows for only 1.4 litres per tree per day. Mathematically, the water allocation is incompatible with supporting healthy, fast-growing plants. They're also proposing stopping irrigation when plants are established, which they are measuring at 70% of plants reaching 1 metre. And this is biologically unsound for North Canterbury. At 1 metre, a tree's root system is not deep enough to tap into reliable groundwater in our stony soils. This is the same soils that the applicant describes as being on the proposed site. Stony local soil has low water holding capacity. It doesn't store rain, drains away, making constant irrigation essential for young natives. And we know this from our business. In North Canterbury, so if this must go ahead in North Canterbury, I propose the following conditions of consent. That water is increased to 20 million or 20,000 cubic metres to meet the irrigation needs of all of the plants on the site via a permanent irrigation system, which I see that they haven't even developed a plan for the irrigation. Irrigation must be maintained for a minimum period of 5 years from the date of planting. Vegetation first, no construction of the solar array or electrical infrastructure shall commence until all 30,000 screening plants have reached a minimum height of 1 metre and are certified as healthy and established by an independent arborist. Mandatory replacement and maintenance bond. The developer must enter into a long-term landscape management agreement. Any plant that dies, becomes diseased or is damaged within the first 10 years of the project must be replaced within the next available planting season. Even under ideal conditions, meaningful screening takes many years to establish. The industrial effects will occur immediately, mitigation does not. That means that the community experiences the full impact from day one, while the proposed mitigation remains largely theoretical for many years. The development is repeatedly framed as environmentally beneficial and restorative, but ecological enhancement does not neutralise the industrialisation of the landscape itself. The applicant claims that the solar farms mimic the area's vineyards, and this is a superficial observation that ignores the fundamental nature of the rural landscape. One is a living, breathing biological system. The other is glass and steel industrial power plant. A vineyard is a living monoculture that changes seasons from bare wood in winter to lush green canopies in summer and vibrant gold in autumn. It is a soft organic texture that breathes, requires biological care and supports local biodiversity. In contrast, a solar farm is a static industrial installation of rigid glass, galvanised steel and electrical inverters. People get married amongst the vines, people get photographs. Will they do the same in an industrial solar scale solar farm? With the solar farm, we talk about the lake effect hypothesis. Panels reflect repolarized light, which is specifically confuses water birds and aquatic insects into thinking there is a lake where there is only glass, resulting in bird strike. The applicant's proposal states in the first year of operation that the site will be inspected on foot periodically and search for bird and bat carcasses, except for October, November, January and February. The site will be inspected weekly. In North Canterbury, hawks, cats, ferrets will have cleared a bird carcass long before the developer's monthly check. Multiple submissions by the applicant refers to monitoring, and if bird carcasses are found, effective management will be adopted, but nothing is stated what that management will be. If this must go ahead, I propose a condition of consent that a more robust bird strike management plan is devised with an independent ecological space. North Canterbury is a dry environment with strong winds and increasing extreme summer conditions. The applicant refers to vegetation management, grazing, monitoring systems, access roads and water tanks as mitigation measures. In relation to the viticulture industry, grapes are uniquely sensitive to smoke, particularly after veraison, which is when they change colour and they soften. Smoke is absorbed through the skin and binds sugars. This creates an irreversible burnt ashy or cigarette flavour. Fire affects the grapevines, plumbings and its ability to recover for future seasons. Solar panels contain various materials, polycrystalline, monocrystalline, silicon and metals, and when burned can release toxic smoke and particles into the air and soil. Ash and particles settling on the vines, potentially blocking the spores or stomata and hindering photosynthesis. Toxic particles in the air from the chemicals and damaged solar panels not only will create a health risk to local residents, humans and animals alike, but potential toxic residues post-fire is of a concern for us. What would these toxic chemicals do to the hectares of vineyards on Mackenzie's Road? What would it do to the fruit on the vines or the long-term health of our vines? As a business owner, this is a huge concern. Humans and animals can be moved, plants cannot. Toxic fumes resulting from a solar farm could have a devastating effect on the viticulture industry for Waipara. There are 13 vineyards just on Mackenzie's Road alone. This could destroy businesses and people's livelihoods. Australia has had a six-fold increase in solar farms between 2018 and 2020, and the UK has reported 60% increase in solar-related service calls between 2022 and 2024. If this must go ahead as a condition of consent, I propose that as well as public liability insurance, the applicant must, as a condition of consent, have third-party damage for accidental damage to a third party's property resulting from the operations such as fire escaping the boundary. Environmental liability to cover up and clean damaged costs if toxic materials like heavy metals or fire suppressants leach into our soil or damage or contaminate surrounding vineyard operations. And a financial bond, giving the potential for chemical contamination and a high cost of industrial remediation. I request that the Commission oppose a condition requiring a decommissioning and remediation bond. So if they go bankrupt after a fire, the site isn't just left to leach toxins into the groundwater. If the developer suffers a catastrophic fire and subsequent business failure, the burden of cleaning up a toxic legacy site must not fall on the council or us as neighbouring landowners. I propose that the consent be contingent on that bond and is held in trust by the council to ensure funds are available regardless of the developer's financial status. To be scientifically calculated based on the actual cost of waste disposal and soil decontamination, and regularly reviewed, adjusted every 3 years to account for inflation and changes in hazardous waste regulations. Without such a bond, the long-term risk to the groundwater and the safety of our land remains unacceptable and an unmitigated risk. At its core, this remains a very large industrial development, not a utility facility as described by the applicants. This is how it will function, this is how it will appear, and that is how it will be experienced by the surrounding community. The Waipara Valley has a distinct and recognisable identity. It is known for its vineyards, productive land, open landscapes, rolling hills, long sightlines, dark skies, rural quietness, natural beauty and sense of space. People live here because of those qualities. People travel through this area because of those qualities. A development operating for 35 years or more is effectively permanent for the people who live here and experience this environment every day. Children born today will likely be adults before this infrastructure is removed. Our children are currently 10 and 6 years old. This is not temporary in any meaningful lived sense. And I think the language used throughout the application matters because terms such as temporary, reversible or compatible and low impact risk minimising the true scale and permanence of what has been proposed. Local people understand this environment in a way that occasional site visits simply cannot replicate. That lived experience should not be discounted. There is a significant difference between a proposal that appears manageable within consultant reports and one that is genuinely compatible with the long-term realities of this environment. There comes a point where the scale of development becomes incompatible with the landscape receiving it, and in my view, this proposal crosses that line. And for these reasons, I respectfully ask that this consent be declined.
Okay, thank you. Just see if we have any questions.
I do. Thank you very much. So how long have you lived in Waipara?
For just over 4 years.
4 years. And what got you here? What moved you?
So we spent 24 years in the public service, the last 13 and 15 years working with police. And when we had children, we bought an orchard because of the high stress that we had in our job. It was affecting our kids, and we wanted something, that would allow us to have more time with our children. What we had wasn't sustainable for both of us, so we went looking for a property that was. So we put all our savings into coming down here and to give us time with our children and to de-stress. Because the areas that we were with police was quite stressful where we were. So we are fully self-employed. We work on the land, both our properties, full-time. That is what's brought us down here. John's from Canterbury originally, and the location, the upbringing for our children, even though we lived rurally where we previously were, this was also just a way of having more time with our children, which we weren't getting.
Mm.
And that's the reason why we looked. And it was also closer to family.
Okay, cool. And so you got into orcharding. So
we had that prior, so we did both jobs, and orchard we had that for 5 years. And we were looking for a way of exiting the area that we were in.
Yeah.
And something that we really enjoyed and that was sustainable from an employment point of view. That was sustainable for one person. And so we started looking for something that we could sustain for both of us. And also it would mean that we had more of a work-life balance with our kids, which we did not have.
Yeah. So as a result of orcharding, because you talked a lot about planting and knowledge of planting, so obviously you undertake a lot of planting across your properties as part of your process, do you? Or
Yes.
other businesses as well?
No, so we have a vineyard. So we had an orchard prior, and then now we've got the vineyard. So we have planted extra vines and holes where vines just die from age and what have you. And we understand with growing how hard it is, because we have 2 terraces on our property. So we have three different areas in our property. One on our hill is a totally different soil structure. Then where we are at 73 Mackenzie's Road, we have 2 terraces. And our top terrace and our bottom terrace are extremely difficult, different in the way that we have to plan our irrigation.
Is it soil?
Yeah, it's soil, and it's also wind.
Yeah. Yeah, you talk about how much they dry.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, so your view, I mean, I think you pointed out, you think basically the water take that they have secured needs to almost triple, so 2.5 times what they have.
So to put it into context, so we have just short of 18,000 vines on our home block, and we will use that allocation in that 8 million litres. We will use that easily.
Right.
In a normal
Where's
season.
that?
At 73 Mackenzie.
At 73.
Yeah, at 73. Yeah.
That's for established plants.
That's established.
Established.
That's been
Trying to establish a young seedling.
Yeah, that's been there since the 89, our vineyard's been there.
Yeah.
So you would probably double it if you were to go and establish a brand new.
But would a vineyard require more water than normal planting, wouldn't it? Because you're trying to grow the grapes to get the juice out of them essentially. Am I right in that, or I don't know enough about.
To be fair though, it's got nothing to do with the juice and the water and the likes. I mean, you can put on a lot of water towards harvest to plump the grapes up if you really need to do that, correct the quality of it. But that's to sustain the plant in a healthy state,
Right.
to get it to the end
The fruit.
of its cycle to fruiting. Certainly, if we were to drop back on our watering,
Yeah.
the plants would suffer something quite fierce, and you'd see that in a good nor'wester.
Yeah.
That they'll get water stress quite quickly, even though you are keeping up with the water.
Yeah. Okay.
So then to put that through into what's been proposed for the development and the screening trees, to be able to get young seedlings up to a decent standard, it would take a lot of water, more than what I think has been proposed.
1.4 litres a day is just not enough.
Not enough.
Not even close.
Okay.
Yeah.
The soils just don't hold water.
No.
No.
And they're saying, they, I think yesterday in Mr. Cocker's evidence, or was it Mr. Andrews? I can't remember, there's so much. He was talking about 26-day irrigation, 26 weeks, and it was about 10 litres a week. I mean, in one go, it will just go straight through.
Mm-hmm.
And we have that on our bottom terrace. It just goes straight through. You can't irrigate like that. It misses the plant.
So you need to, because I think they're talking about dripper irrigation.
Yeah, and we have drip irrigation.
Yeah.
One thing is with the water, it's really, really hard. So they need to have a management plan in place because the drippers block.
Right. Yeah.
They all the time, the drippers block.
We have to be quite careful,
Yeah.
because if we put too much on, the plant will miss the large majority of it, because it'll be gone. You've got to put it in,
Yeah.
keep up with the plant's needs.
But you're having to maintain those drippers.
Oh, yeah.
Very much.
That hard water.
Yeah, they get blocked all the time.
Yeah.
It's very hard. water.
Very hard water.
Yeah.
Yeah, even and from a residential point of view, we've got water softeners and stuff in place.
Check the cylinder.
Yeah.
Stop you cleaning the shower. I do have something else. But
Well, I was just going to ask, is one of the visuals close to your place?
Not really, no.
Yeah, I was looking at
I was
visual,
trying to figure, is the,
97.
yeah,
Yeah, that's off to the side of
which
our,
side?
so if you, from our side, or from Mackenzie's Road, it's to our right. So if you're on the solar farm, it
Further
would
to
be
the
to the
northwest.
left.
Right,
Yeah.
so that one there that's got the pond in it,
Oh, yeah, that's our neighbour.
that's your neighbour to the north of you.
Yeah,
Okay, so you're on the other side of that.
yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand, so what on your property, what would you see?
So we will see all the wires. We will see that 3,500 square metre building that they're putting up, and we will see the panels
And are they the panels on the top terrace?
and the bottoms. So
Yeah,
it does
see the
slope
bottom.
down. Yeah,
See
it's
the whole
like,
lot.
you see the whole lot, but it slopes down.
Is it your intention to come and potentially do some site views?
Yeah, we are, and
Put our name down,
Yeah.
please.
if you put your name down, yeah, we'll work our way along, yep. We covered everything.
While you're looking, I mean, I thought you would have heard me question the others this morning. One of the things I'm trying to get my head around is this word industrialisation.
Yeah.
And I actually found your what you said about that was actually really helpful. It's one of the first that I've heard about trying to explain it. You talked about, you know, biological systems versus glass and soft organic. I mean, can you just elaborate a bit further? I mean, what do you see really the difference between, you know, perhaps industrial or utility and rural?
Well, I think, and you said, and I was the same when Lisa was reading that out again. I've heard it a few times. She practiced, but she did capture it really, really well with that. It's a biological living entity. I mean, you look out the window now, you look at the hills, wherever it might be, it's green, it's living,
Animals.
it's there. When we talk about the solar development now and industrialization, whether it's a utility or not, it's still steel, it's still glass.
Mhm.
You would see a large sea of glass and steel. Its sheer size
Yeah.
is what really does start to be very industrial. We're not talking about a small 8 hectare or 10 hectares. It's 181 hectares. That's a utility on an industrial scale. It's large and it's there.
Yeah.
You know, you spoke earlier, I think, to Jackson, to Nick about, you know, the utilitarian, the description of it. A utility in the rural sense is a farm hay shed, farmyards, or the wool shed. It's not 181 hectares of steel and glass that's been placed right amongst the landscape.
Right, and farming's just, you know, it might be the odd tractor working, people working, dogs working, animals. This isn't that. You will not be able to miss this. The barbed wire fences, shade cloth. That's not, you know, yes, you might have a little bit of shade cloth on your property, but not to the scale that this is on State Highway 7. You know, this is going to be a long time. Have you driven from the Weka Pass down to State 7? It opens up to that beautiful view. You know, that will be gone. Shade cloth. No one wants to drive down State 7. You know, when people go and they want to come and visit Waipara and they chuck it into Google, what are they going to see? Oh, a big solar farm. That will detract away from everything else that the area brings. So I think that long term it will detract away. You know, they're saying it's going to enhance it. So are people going to want to stop and take photographs next to a whole lot of panels? No.
So Commissioner Crystal asked this earlier, and it's a similar question. So if we wouldn't put a solar farm here, where would we put them?
I think it needs to be on a flat space, which is not close to the airport is a prime example. You know,
I think it's a very good example.
It's a very good example.
It fits in with the commercial
Yeah.
nature of and industrial nature of what the airport is. And it's, yes, I think one of the people brought up earlier, it is still something of an eyesore, but if we had to put it somewhere, as you're asking, And I think that's the perfect place to put it. It fits in sort of with what the airport is. To come here and to plonk it in the middle of the vistas and the landscape that we have here now, I think just changes the whole feel of the area.
We're a basin, so, you know, to go between State 7 and Mackenzie's Road, you know, with our township, they're two very important areas on either side. So to plonk it right in the centre of that, I think is just fundamentally is the wrong place. You know, take it away from the main arterial tourism route to, you know, to the West Coast, to Hamner, for the Hurunui. When you know, the council has all over their website stuff, you know, the vineyards, Hamner, that's the first thing you're going to see when you drive up there for years and years, 28% of the time. That's if the 28% of the 35 years it will take for it to grow, for the screening trees to grow. That's even if they can get them to grow to the point that they say they can. And having growing, you know, stuff ourselves, we've put in plants since we've been there, and we have water to be able to do that. And boy, do they struggle.
Yeah.
So I think fundamentally the water side of things is the biggest issue. Yeah.
Obviously, there's another solar farm seeking consent around here at the moment.
Yeah.
Everyone's aware of that. What's your view of that one?
It's smaller
Yeah.
for a start, to be honest.
Yeah.
Where Mr. Forbes is placing that too, sort of, he's tucking that away.
It's down. It won't be seen from State 7.
And it has very limited impact on really anybody. There's one neighbour for that one. He is proposing also a battery farm, which is something I'm concerned to. And that is probably a concern of ours as well, is that generally where the solar developments pop up, so then do the battery farms as well. So then you've got that flow-on effect or cumulative effect. Yes, you let's say this is approved and the solar farm does go in, the battery farms will most likely want to come as well, because a solar development doesn't work at night time. What's the point of generating power in the middle of the day when demand is generally in the evenings? You need a battery installation. So therefore, the cumulative effect on Waipara will be you'll get battery developments and the like starting to come in as well.
And to expand on that, we've actually been, we have had battery farm developers contact us because they know the consent for Rock Solid have sent us and rung us and sent us letters because they know the solar farm's going in. So they want to put a battery farm in. And that just, for us, that just, the cumulative effect, if the solar farm is granted, the extra industrialisation of the area, and then you put the wind farm on top of that as well, you know, you then take away everything from Waipara that it currently is. It becomes just an industrial area with solar farms, battery farms, and wind farms. So where does it stop? There needs to be a line.
Yep, I understand your concerns, yeah.
I was going to ask you about the Mount Cass wind farm, but it sounds like you don't like your approach to it.
To be fair, so we lived in the Manawatu with that wind farm. Yes, it is on the landscape. Some people love it, some people hate it. To be fair, the Mount Cass wind farm, we're only going to see 3 of them. So the size is not anywhere near to the scale that it is in the Manawatu, so I don't think you can compare the two. The one thing that it could be the wind farm could be beneficial to Waipara is that it will draw people up to the view, because that's what it does in the Manawatu. It takes people up to the view. So it has become somewhat of a visual draw. So then if you take people up to that view at Mount Cass and you look down over Waipara and you see a solar farm, is that a good thing? I don't think so. So that's even more, I think, emphasising this potential solar farm going in. I think Mount Cass the impact will not be anywhere near as big as what this will be. It's an unproductive land for a start. So.
No, sorry, you look like you were about to say something.
Yeah.
I did have another question for you. You've talked a bit about scale.
Yeah.
And is there a scale that's acceptable?
I think there is, if it
Yeah,
has to
yeah, if
happen.
it has to
And
happen,
then, as they've done in Swananoa and out towards Oxford, they've done an 8 and a 10 hectare respective solar development. We've gone out and had a look at them, and yep, they're still there. They're still the industrial look about them, but it's not so much in your face. It's there. It's supplying the local community with power. I think the Oxford one powers or will have about enough for about 1,250 homes. It becomes part of the landscape. I mean, they said before this will become part of the landscape, but it won't, because it's 181 hectares of glass and steel. When we're talking about 8 or 10 hectares, then that does almost become part. You can tuck that away into a corner and it just becomes part of the landscape. You can screen that quite effectively because it's not on such a massive scale.
You could
screen 181 hectares. Challenging.
You could tuck that one away further up the block of this, away from everybody's properties, like Jackson and Nick said, away up by the top of, where people have said that they're okay with it. It'll take 3 to 4 minutes to drive past this one on State Highway 7. On a small one, it'll take you seconds.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
But the Henshaws, are we all speaking at the same time, or are you coming up one by one? You've got to get it pretty close to you. If whoever's doing speaking, or if you're doing it by side, that. So again, we've read through your submissions, and welcome. Again, we've read your submissions, all 3 of them. And I realise that the person can speak, so over to you to questions, and we'll have some questions afterwards.
Yep. So my name is Brian Henshaw. My wife, Sharona. We have lived in Waipara for 39 years now, having come down from Wellington. Well, as my submission states, we concerning Waipara, we find it as a quiet and quaint country town of around about 400 to 500 people. Personally, as I've said, I find the peace and the tranquil nature that Waipara provides is a very relaxed and stress-free condition, especially when enjoying the outdoors. Now, we're not a business, we are not farm, we're a family that's lucky enough to have our quarter-acre section and enjoy the outdoors with the garden and the birds, nature, that sort of thing. What we would not want to experience is any or part of that taken away from us. And so as far as the solar farm is concerned, my personal belief is that if it was up and running, the constant drone of those, those screens and things, with the northwest breeze just bringing that constant noise into the area. See, we live in the township, is going to detract a lot of what we enjoy from the outside nature. With the the fire side of things, personally, if a fire was to break out with the panels as such, then it's going to be a lot of toxic interference, a lot of toxic fumes and garbage coming our way, which is going to affect our health and everybody else's in the village. Now, from our place, we've actually got a two-storey house, but we can't see where the panels would be. But we would have the effect of, whether it's fire, the noise and things like that. So visually, from home, that won't affect us. But it is going to affect a lot of people who've spoken before us, and we feel for them. But also for future generations coming into the area. Now, Jax was saying, oh, they enjoyed, the kids love building their tree huts or whatever. Well, we're past that, so we're not building huts anymore. But we do have grandchildren who visit us and enjoy staying with us. Yeah. As far as the peace side of things, now how peaceful it is, my wife, Sharona, we've enjoyed each other's company for over 51 years now. And but Sharona comes from Israel, and I met her there back in 1973. And then in 1974, when I visited her again, she wanted, she decided, yes, I'll come back to New Zealand. Now, many young people that we've met in Israel, they ask us where we live, and we tell them New Zealand, and their immediate action is, oh, my dream. I'd love to, that's where we want to go to visit. So when the reason why we go back to Israel frequently is because of the children and her family. They need to see the growth of the kids, and also Sharona loved to see her family, as I do too. The thing is, after about 10 years of living here in New Zealand, I went to the Israeli embassy in Wellington and got a lot of papers for us to immigrate there. And I brought all those papers home and sent them before Sharona. And I said, look, we're going to go and live in Israel. Lock, stock and barrel. And I thought that's what she would really love to hear because of her love for the family. But that's not what she wanted to hear at all. And I was very surprised. Why don't you want to go back to your family? And she said, because it is so peaceful here. Why? She served in the army. She knows what it's like in that, and brought up that way, experiencing those horrible things. Why would I want to go back there when it's just so peaceful here? The kids at schools and things like that. So no. So those papers were, sprung up and kept us warm that winter. Yeah. So I had the intention of just reading out my submission, but you've got it. I don't need to read it out.
We read that.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. What else? If you asked me the question where I could, or where would I like to see or prefer the solar farm or a more suitable site, I sort of jokingly said, well, hey, I would say to those people, what is your name? It's far north, so do it there. Anywhere down here, perhaps could be suitable as somewhere where it's not visible to traffic and to community. And there are plenty of flat land places, whether it be Balmoral or whatever, different places. But as far as Waipara is concerned, and as others have said, and people who do come out from the city love to go to the wineries because that's what it is. Welcome to the Waipara Valley, vineyards, steam train, and that sort of thing, not solar panels. Again, we have no objection to solar, but a site like that, we do object to. Now, what did you want?
Just about the fires and the winds.
Uh,
My problem is that whoever lives in Waipara knows what the northwest is like. And we do have horrible northwest winds in here. And we have had fires quite close. Even if you went on the Waipara Bridge, you would see a lot of it's been burnt last year. And we get fires everywhere around Waipara. What will happen if if the fire gets where that solar panel is? And it's dry. It's so dry. Like for us, we harvest every single drop of rain all through the year, winter, so we can have some water to actually just for the plants. Because every year, the council tells us you have to be careful with watering your gardens. You might have to water it by hand. So we go and get a bucket with water and water the plants. So where are they going to get water if there is a fire in there? That's my main question, is the water and the wind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Look, we'll just see if we've got any questions. You sort of anticipated one of our questions about the where. So we probably covered that. In your view, is scale an issue?
Scale?
Scale, the size. Is that a...
Absolutely. Yeah. It's huge.
There's a reference, and I just need to follow that. There's a reference in your submission. One of you referenced the Cape Valley landfill, and I wasn't sure why that was in there. I want to see which one of you did it.
Is it your one?
Yes. Mr. Senshaw,
Yeah.
you referred to the Cape Valley landfill. What was the reference to that about?
What will happen with the panels when they are finished their life?
Right.
They're going to go to the landfill. Well, you know, Waipara 30 years ago was known for wine and wine trail. 10 years later, it was wine trail and Cape Valley dump. If this going through, it's going to be wine trail, Cape Valley dump, and solar farm. What else? Waipara became like a dump for everything that no one wants. Why? Waipara is beautiful, always was. We want to keep it like that. I don't want to be the one telling my grandchildren, I'm really sorry, I tried. Thank you.
I do have it's not really a question, I just would like to hear your thoughts. One of the things that we often talk about in terms of where you live is that you build a picture of that in your own mind. You can be anywhere in the world and you can just take yourself back to your home and picture it. I wondered, could you describe for me what your picture of Waipara is? What do you think about when you think about home?
I'll go back a step. When we moved from Wellington 39 years ago, it wasn't by choice, in a sense. I worked for a computer company in Wellington and was transferred here. And I chose Waipara, well, an area in the country to live. I hadn't really experienced Waipara at all. And when we came down, we just rented in a government house, if you like, and got to like it. And then after 6 years of being here from Wellington, the position I held in the company was being disbanded. And hey, we need you back in Wellington. Come and work for us there. I said no. So they said, "Oh, well, you're going to have to leave." I said, "I'll leave," because of the lifestyle and the peacefulness and all that sort of thing. When we first came down, I used to come out of our street onto the State Highway 1, straight into the city, and people in the office said, "Why are you so far out? Why travel so far or so long?" And I said, "Look, it takes me 40 minutes. Where we were living in the Hutt Valley to Wellington, took me 40 minutes for that 8 mile, on the Hutt Road, and no parking. Here it's a breeze. 40 minutes of pleasurable, scenic, and I can park the vehicle, no problem." So there was before we came here, there was no physical attraction that Waipara, we didn't know much about Waipara anyway. And then
My house.
yeah, to buy it. Well, it's interesting, because we did, and we'd never owned a property prior to here, and when we finally was able to buy, because the government house was being sold off, it said, "You've got first dibs because you're in it," and in a 1/4 acre section with the house. It was strange. It was only $34,000. Okay, and in those days we had the post office home ownership accounts. Put $3,000 in, the government will, the 1st of April, give you another $3,000. Do that for 2 years and bang, you've got a whole lot of money. And so when I went to get a mortgage, we only needed $15,000. And the woman at the bank says, 15,000. I said, "Yeah." And "How much is it?" And I said, "Oh, $39,000. And she said, "Well, okay, what about the house?" And I said, "No, this is lock, stock and barrel, the whole section with a house." And she said, "Where is it again?" I said, "Waipara." And she said, "Where's that?" Okay, this was in Christchurch. And I thought, that's brilliant. Not a lot of people know about Waipara. After I resigned, left my employment in the office, I spent 30 years working in a vineyard. Yeah, that was my early retirement. Okay, and I loved it. And it was just so relaxing, except for vintage, you're working day and night, things like that, who cares? It was just perfect. So it's not this, well, it's the same now, but you don't get a house and section for that amount anymore. Don't repeat it. But at the winery, and because I'd work outside and inside, we'd get people from Auckland, if you like, and all around the countryside coming in and saying, "Oh, look, this is perfect, this whole area. We just love it." And the only thing I would say to them, listen, when you go back to Auckland, don't tell anyone. Just keep it to yourself. That's how we like it. And yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
appreciate your time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and we love it that you're here to listen to all our submissions.
And we've got Alex. Reminding me on my school days at the moment out there's kids running around that sports field, and I've obviously been sent out and going around and around the rugby field.
Must admit that was, I did the same thing.
Yeah.
I mentioned you at Waipara Primary, not over here, but yes. I assume it's still morning. Good morning.
Yes, you're still morning.
Russell, thank you. My name is Alex Henshaw, and can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Yes, so as my parents have just briefly spoke prior to me, I will take a similar sort of approach. I will not read directly from my paper because you've got a copy of it. So, yeah, so I've been living in Waipara, well, obviously still with my parents for 39 years, almost 40 years. Moved out from Wellington in 1987 when I was only 3 years old. So what I want to talk about today, part of my opposition here, is my broad interests are in the ecological sector. As I've been to university, did my bachelor's degree and my master's degree at Canterbury University, where I was provided. So my broad interests lie certainly in ecology and the natural landscapes and things like that. So if I wish to continue, my main concerns with the construction of this industrialised solar farm in the area that it's going to be taking place at, it will have, I think, significant, profound negative effects on the population of the native reptiles that are currently there. So I'm no expert to the land that this construction site's been taken by, but I know that there are reptiles living there that have been there for, tens of years, if not hundreds of years. So namely the geckos and the skinks. Now they may not seem significant to anybody, but ecologically to where they are significant. What they feed on, where they live, how they live, before any other things have gone on before this. So I think, in my opinion, they are important. Another thing is also the weta. There are ground dwelling insects that, and I know that for a fact that if you dig a hole to plant a tree, I have had wetas jump out in front of me as they live in the soil. So they are great ecosystem engineers. If it's not for the earthworms, they do help partake in decomposition of leaf litter or any other organic litter or matter for the topsoils to develop. And with the construction, it's got to involve masses of anthropogenic noise and vibration of the earth, which I think will greatly affect how these organisms will live their everyday lives without this. Okay, so where will they go? Where will they end up? Will they remain where they are, or will they move to some other area where they've not so used to of being? Okay, so that to me is rather, I find a bit disturbing on those sorts of things. And also, I want to talk about how the panels themselves will disrupt any bird flight issues. So how the sunlight will radiate upon or down upon them will act like mirrors, and so the birds will fly into them if they have any disturbance on flying down to the land where they wish to nest or to feed. So the plovers, for instance, the paradise shell ducks, and other birds of importance, including native birds, the banded dotterel that's been previously mentioned on other submissions. Where will they go if they need to fly down without having to hit these things accidentally? Should they hit them, they'll be injured. They can have wing breaks or any other sort of injuries like that. And who's responsible for that? Now I'm reading on this from here on initial submissions that have been made and proposals that have been made. So whether there's been any new information or not regarding remediation or remedial effects of these things that happen, I don't know. I also want to talk about that this proposed site is near a river system. Admittedly, it's not a major river system. It's a river system that's fed from the foothills. It's not an alpine river, but it does bear certain geographical significance, especially with a lot of the fossils that are found in the Waipara River. Waipara has been recognised for a lot of the Mara fossils and many others that have been here tens of thousands of years ago. And we would love to see that area just be maintained as it is without any disturbance. As we've known Waipara for nearly 40 years, to maintain its longevity and existence that it's been. So I think a big solar farm of that magnitude will certainly tarnish that, I think, even though, yes, not by principle, yes, it's renewable energy is certainly the way to go, but it's dependent upon where these farms of such magnitude are likely to be constructed of. So the next thing I want to go on to is planting. So the remedial planting or the screening planting they've been talking about. Where is the water going to come from for irrigation? And what will it comprise of, the process? What will it comprise of? How many pipes or the alkathene will be needed to properly maintain and irrigate these plantings? And how often will they need to be irrigated? And how often also will they need to have to be weeded to lessen the competition? Waipara is, and by many other people have said initially, is climatically dry. We only receive about 600 to 750 millimetres per annum on average. However, I have collected weather data for 23 years where I live. We've had dry years, we've had wetter years, sure, but it's climatically dry on average. And where will the water come from on an already somewhat dwindling water supply that we have in the North Canterbury area? And as I was just hinting before, the Waipara River is rain-fed, but it only runs from the foothills rather than alpine. It's not an alpine-fed river, like you'd expect other rivers, like the Huranui River, for instance, if you wish to think North Canterbury local, or the Waia River, or if you want to go further south, the Waimak River near Christchurch. So water is certainly an issue in this area, along with increased airflow, windiness, and transpiration and evapotranspiration. What species would be best to plant there? They had to be ecologically sourced within this region. So screening would be trees that have to be around 4, 5, or 6 meters high, so that it's like a big wall, okay? But many native trees don't have that growth habit. So many shrubs that have grown here naturally are divaricate, so like the matagari or mingi or coprosmas, Muehlenbeckia. They are divaricate growing shrubs that don't grow much higher than 2 or 3 meters, and they only straddle few zones rather than creating a significant screen. So, yeah, my question is therefore, what trees will they have to adopt what they're trying to create as in a sense of screening, apart from the conifer, any cypress, which are the conifer species, that will of course are they are hedge grown, but native trees. I can only think of one native tree that will be hedge grown is Pittosporum. And probably an Olearia, that's another one I can think of. It's probably 2 or 3 others as well, but they're the top examples. And in my opinion, with planting, I think they're just going to plant all sorts of natives, which I love. But are they going to serve the purpose of screening, as they say, for this whole big area? When you plant, they will need to have continuous support. So not only they need to have grow guards or weed mats, they need irrigation 3, 4, 5 days a week. Absolutely. It's to offset the transpiration. The seedlings are so small. So when they're so small, they don't have enough biomass to withhold dry periods or anything like that. They are small, they're tender, they need a lot of TLC, so to speak. So who will be responsible in order to make sure that they are maintaining as much water as they can to reach their growth potential? And who is also responsible for the weed control to allow competition to be at its minimum? And this is, of course, human intervention. We need human intervention to get things started before they look after themselves or foresee them for themselves. It will take at least several years, so 5, 6, 7 years even, to get them to grow and to order to maintain their own longevity. The latter ones I've spoken about, what I like to talk about is landscape and fire. So the landscape will certainly be altered. I've known State Highway 7 for, well, I went to Harden Area School back in my high school times, and I've known that road going on the school bus for so many years of going there, and all I've known it as farmland. I haven't known it as anything else prior to that. So seeing cattle grazing, sheep grazing, seeing shelter belts, seeing just what I know that it was, as farmland. I haven't known it as anything else. So in my opinion, yes, landscape will certainly be affected by that, and also certainly by people coming in from either the west coast or Hammer Springs from to our west, or coming from Christchurch or further south to our south, coming this way to west, saying, oh, wow, that's a big industrial project going on here. What's happening? Okay, so yes, landscape will certainly be a thing of consideration, I think. Views to the foothills, for instance. So the Three Sisters or the Deans will be certainly impaired, I think. Fire risk, yes. Well, as we know, Waipara and in general North Canterbury is very fire prone, certainly part of our ecosystem, our dry climate ecosystem, that is. We are subhumid with a moderate rainfall, but in terms of the fact of the subhumidity and the moderate rainfall that we get, we are still climatically on the dry side compared to other areas of New Zealand. So fire risk is certainly a concern, especially if there is long grass that's not being maintained for mowing, that are near the panels. Any fire that does break out from mowing sparks, from vehicle exhaust, from construction works themselves, takes hold within the solar farm that's been constructed or about to be constructed or nearby, will be significant. It will take, I think I heard that you cannot directly put the fires out with water on the solar panels. I think that's what I heard. So they've got to burn out and then got to control its spread. So as they're burning, can you think of the carcinogenic fumes that will be produced by those panels? And being very close proximity to where we live, should a fire take place on such a big scale farm. So if you were to ask me, where would a farm of this magnitude take place, I would probably say Balmoral on the way to Culverton. That's my opinion. Others would oppose, that's fine, but my opinion would be that because Balmoral was once a forestry area, pine forest. It still is, in my understanding, but a lot of it has been cleared and converted to dairy, which in my opinion is sucks. I'm more forestry than cattle, but that's me. So how much carbon would have been emitted to remove all those pine forests, to then get it back to, well, not back, to convert it to dairy, to remove the stumpage, to modify the land that it was when it was pine forest to now agriculture in terms of dairy? How much carbon would have been produced to get it from once it was forest to now it's dairy? So fine, it's been felled. Parts of it that have been felled and now become dairy. Could that have become a solar farm instead of dairy? I know that the Balmoral area is very stony, very loamy. In fact, it's somewhat loamier than Waipara. Places that are very loamy in Waipara are near the river systems, of course, but Balmoral certainly is very dry as well. It's drier than here, but it's flat. But I think, yeah, in my opinion, if there was to be a solar farm there, then maybe. Thank you. Yes, that's my broad brush aspects on it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I did have a couple. Just go over your degrees again.
Sorry, yes. So I obtained a bachelor's degree in science, biological sciences, and my master's is in forestry science. I did my master's thesis based on research at Turramurana Bush,
Right.
adjacent to the Cape Verde landfill.
Okay, and so forestry science, I've got a forestry science degree too. Was yours focused on native forestry or on productive?
It was mostly, only actually, primarily, looking at it's looking at canopy composition in the future of Turramurana Bush. So right now, it's mostly comprised of Kanuka, which is acting as a nurse species for all the broadleaf species like mahu and five finger, all those ones that will soon, ecologically soon, as in 200 years' time, outcompete the nurse species, which is the Kanuka, and will then, as a turnover species, will be more like, should be comprised of more of a broadleaf species as opposed to one or two different kinds. So yes, I did my master's degree there.
So with that knowledge, you would probably be more qualified than I am to sort of understand Dr. Bramley's report. Have you had a read of that? Who's the ecological expert for the application?
When did that come out? Was that out?
Well, his initial report came out.
Initial one?
Yeah, 2025, and then
okay,
and then his evidence, which he presented yesterday.
Yeah, no, I haven't had the time to read it yesterday. I was at work yesterday, but so no, apologies on that. But no, I will certainly go back to that and have a look at his account.
Okay,
and see what he says.
Well, so he talked a lot yesterday and in his evidence about lizards and his concern, his method of managing the lizards was to relocate them on site during construction. He said that was a perfectly normal approach.
Okay.
What would be your comment on that?
Translocating has certainly worked on a number of species, especially if it's landfill construction, for instance, if it's mining, and that, but it's dependent upon similarities of where they're being translocated, where they are now, and then the similarities. So how will they?
His proposal was to do them on the same site, so
Okay, so
within the site.
so within the site.
Hmm.
Okay, so that's fine, I guess. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. He also talked yesterday about bird corridors, and his opinion was that the proposed planting, when it becomes established, and he acknowledged there were some challenges in getting it established, but he said when it became established, the planting would actually be positive for bird movements because it would create corridors through the solar farm. Would you have that view? So that the planting on the terraces would be.
So the boundaries or the terraces?
No, the terrace planting, the native terrace planting.
Okay, yes, there will be certainly yeah, there will certainly be a bit of a corridor establishment there, certainly between there and the boundary plantings, because they will, I mean, our native birds are what you call common native, so they will exhibit native plantings as well as exotic. So yes, I absolutely, I would certainly support that. But flying from corridor to corridor, I just worry about the panels themselves.
Yeah.
Being in between the terraces and the boundaries, so that they've got to fly. They can't just sit in one spot and use that as a refuge. They've got to fly. Obviously, day. So that I sort of worry about the panels themselves, how they may affect from going from A to B and back.
Okay. And I just one last question. You've been here essentially your whole life.
Yes.
How many rural fires have you experienced over that time? And by rural, I mean, farmland fires.
Okay. The last summer, which was an El Nino summer of 2024, we had fires. It was actually in a forestry plantation on the foothills towards Waipara. That was mentioned, I think, in the previous. Yeah. So that was.
That was in the forest. I've actually seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, on the
But across farmland, is there?
It did spread to farmland, and there was also, I guess, accidental fires that took place on farmland on Kings Road. It wasn't even far from work. It was quickly controlled or containment controlled. Yeah. There's been fires, not that I saw, but I have read about on Purchase Road and Innes Road and Stock Grove Road, which is down with tributaries of roads from State Highway 1 further south. There have also been fires that have started from sparks that spread to farmland. Yes, so I have not seen a fire personally. No, I have not. But I know that they have occurred. I've read about them.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries, thank you.
I've just got one question for you. You mentioned about finding lizards. Was that on the site itself?
Yes.
Okay, and whereabouts were those? Were they in the in those terrace areas?
According to the report, the reports I've been reading, that the submissions and the proposals in that before this got going, yes, they have been found on the boundaries, and certainly in where they wanted to develop the panels, the solar farm themselves. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
We've got Mr. Shaw. Thing online.
That's Patrick Shaw.
Patrick Shaw.
It's gone.
He's gone. So have we got Kumquat and Vine Limited?
See again.
Ah, okay. So, Liz, can just, is Mr. Shaw's withdrawn from turning up at all, or is he coming in another day? Okay,
Yes, good afternoon.
afternoon.
As I said, you saw me yesterday on the procedural matter, and I'm afraid you're going to be seeing a bit of me this week. I'm speaking now on behalf of my family's business. Then this afternoon, I'll be speaking on behalf of the Waipara Valley Community Collective. And then on Friday, you'll be hearing from me in my own right. So as I'm going to do my utmost not to repeat myself across those sessions. So what I propose to do today here is hive off in this session the factors that are specific to my family's business. But I hope it goes without saying that I'm not going to be disagreeing with myself later. So I will formally say that I adopt the, now speaking for Kumquat and Vine, adopt and endorse the submissions I'll be making later as well. In particular says on the legal framework and the legal issues, rather than fragment that analysis, I'm going to propose to take you to that on Friday as a block. My family's business and home are based at two properties that you will see when you will do our site visit. They're 163 and 165 Mackenzie's Road. I don't think there's a particular viewpoint in there for us, a visualization, but we are in a very similar position to 247 Mackenzie's Road, which you have the visualizations for and have looked at. Our outlook isn't identical to theirs. There our neighbours do 2 doors down effectively, but like 247, our 163 Mackenzie's Road property would look both across to and down on arrays of solar panels. That property, 163 Mackenzie's Road, includes our vineyard and the house my family currently live in, and 165 Mackenzie's Road houses our winery, an important part of our recreational space, and also the site where we planned, when we bought the property, to build a larger house. We bought our property in late 2021. As you've heard, 380 Waipara Flat Road was bought to build a solar plant in December 22, so we barely got our feet under the table. And so our plans to build, as with many of our business plans, have been put on hold. Ms. Kirby states in her section 42A report at paragraph 21 that she excluded from her consideration effects on property values. I say she was wrong to do that quite so definitively. As Ms. Labasse rightly points out in her legal submissions, the case law is clear that you can't take property value losses into account as a freestanding effect. And that's because their impact on property values is understood to be a reflection of loss of amenity. So to count them separately leads you to double count. I agree with that legal position. But what that position also tells you is that property values are evidence of loss of amenity. So I'm not inviting you to double count, but simply saying, if you have any doubts about effect on amenity, impact on property values gives you some evidence to go on. So it's for that reason, sirs, that I've brought along the document that I have today. It's a newspaper article from The Guardian about the experience of an owner of a lifestyle property in Australia, someone who lives around 300 meters away from a new solar plant. In many ways, a lifestyle property is an accurate description of many of the properties on Mackenzie's Road. I'd ask that you please, sirs, read that when you have time. It is a first-hand account of the realities of what a solar development can mean. Returning to our property, I would refer you, says, to Mr. Cocker's original landscape assessment. I don't think you need to turn it up, but he sets out at 4.3 there, a table summarising the various properties. That's in Appendix D to his original application. You'll note his description for 163 Mackenzie's Road simply says C167. 167 is an entirely different property. It is simply bizarre. They are separate houses, and any simple map search, for example, if you use ECAM's property information tool, any simple map search shows you they are separate properties. He has later updated that position, but that error seems to have informed the applicant's position in Ms. Al-Kamil's section, Assessment of Environmental Effects, paragraph 6.13.2 of the AEE. She suggests, or she did suggest at the time, that only limited notification was required as, and I'm quoting her here, only 3 properties are expected to experience more than minor short-term effects. They were 247 Mackenzie's Road, 253 Mackenzie's Road, and 249 Mackenzie's Road. I think, sirs, seeing the proposal as you are now, it is not going too far to say that that assessment was laughable. This is not the case where one outlook for us will be changed, but our property otherwise retains amenity value. It is a total loss of amenity, not just for residents and businesses, but for their workers as well. Imagine, sirs, working in vines as construction occurs, as dust is generated. I'm not sure how familiar you are with wine growing, sirs, but much of the work in a vineyard, even today, has to be done by hand. Pruning is a prime example that we're just coming up to. Our nearest vines are only 100 metres from where panels are proposed to be. There has been no assessment of noise there. Currently, that location is dominated by the birdsong of the Wecker Creek and the occasional noises you expect in a rural environment, not the constant background noise of a solar plant. Now, as I understand it, says the applicant's experts can't help you on the noise at that location because they haven't done the analysis. It is curious that neither Ms. Al-Kamil nor in her witness statement, nor the council's section 42A report mention the word tourism even once. Wine growing, like many rural production activities, is subject to the vicissitudes of the weather. Wine tourism, alongside wine production, is how many wine and grape growing businesses, such as our own, support themselves in what can be a fickle industry. Those tourist activities, vineyard walks and tours, accommodation, outside dining, tastings, those are incompatible with this proposal. Those activities rely on the associations that people have with wine growing that are deeply rooted in our history and in our culture. Wine growing is an age-old tradition as far back as the ancient Greeks and Romans. Think of Bacchus and Dionysus, the gods of wine known as symbols of fertility and abundance. They are not, to use Mr. Cocker's word, gods of utility. Consider what construction would mean over a 2-year period, with dust, with noise, with fencing and all that entails. What small business that relies on creating a sense of peace and tranquility for guests can survive that? Then the evidence is that it will be 5 years before screening and softening planting is established, and that is a best case scenario. What small businesses that rely on the beauty of our environment and surrounds can survive 5 years of adverse effects? And once operational, those utility or industrial landscapes be quite different from the values of nature and abundance that are associated with wine growing. When it comes to tourism, the effects can't be considered on a property by property basis. It is not only the loss of amenity on any one property that matters. Because of course, if tourists are put off coming to Waipara, if the character of the area changes, particularly given the location of the proposal on the Alpine Pacific touring route. That affects businesses all throughout the valley. We, like submitters you have heard this morning, have put our business plans on hold and have not developed tourist activities that we had planned because of this application. Aside from tourism, we have a very significant concern about the impact on our crops, particularly from dust and fire risk. That is most acute during construction, but also once operational, not only from internal roads, but if the grass doesn't flourish on the site. Our vineyard is downwind of much of the site from the prevailing norwesterly winds. It is all very well saying that management plans will be produced, but until we see what the applicant is actually suggesting, we are not able to judge how achievable it is genuinely likely to be. How many seasons of crops and income will really be at risk? This application is over 2 years old. Over 3, in fact, from when the property was first bought for this purpose. So I'll ask rhetorically, why are so many details still undetermined? We live and work on our properties, like many of the small vineyards on Mackenzie's Road. We will not escape the construction noise to go to work in the day. We will be in the vines, directly next to it. It is not just about the loss of view. The proposal and all the effects that it includes, noise and visual and beyond, would dominate our outlook at home and at work. It is not a partial loss of amenity for us, it is total. So as I'll end with this briefly, you repeatedly heard Mr. Cocker yesterday compare arrays of solar panels to rows of a vineyard. 2 very important factors seem to have escaped him. The first is that solar panels, unlike rows of vines, are angled and they are solid. They create a typical sawtooth pattern that is far more in keeping with the roofs of buildings than vineyard trellises. The second is that vines, being plants, change with the season. Currently, you will have been seeing as you drive to and from this hearing venue, the wonderful array of autumn colours. Next will be winter, and you will see the vines taken down to their fundamental canes and frost glistening on them. Then spring at budburst, the shoots of new life as nature wakes up. Then summer, full of growth, vibrant and green. And then for a few short months, the nets go on. The vineyards fill with the sound of birds and the nets ripple in the wind. This ever-changing world, this natural beauty, this is why tourists come to Waipara. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We got a copy of that.
Not a tidy one, but I can get one certainly.
I think it can be useful if you can,
Yeah.
and just email it, we can look at
that.
Did you want to talk us through this, or are you happy for us to read it?
I think it speaks for itself, so I'm happy for you to read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think some of the questions are probably going to be similar to what we've asked previously, but it's perhaps worth pursuing them again. The tourism issue. It seems to me that we're dealing with 2 different things here. One of them is the tourism associated with individual properties in terms of whether it's wineries, whether it's truffles, or whatever that. So that's individual to the property. And the other one seems to be State Highway 7. Am I correct being able to divorce those 2? Because the State Highway 7 issue is obviously very different because the numbers of people on there that are tourists as opposed to the numbers of people on there who are delivering product, are just going somewhere, are locals, is quite different. And I guess the other point I'd make in that space is that as of right, that whole stretch of road could be planted in shelter planting and you wouldn't see anything anyway.
I could put a marker down on that one for when I talk to you on legal matters on Friday, because of course the permitted baseline only doesn't apply when possibilities are hypothetical, not actually likely to be done. So I'll come back to that point if I may on the shelter bills. In terms of tourism on the highway and whether you can divorce them. I think you can to an extent, but not entirely. So there will be tourists who travel down State Highway 7 and appreciate the view and enjoy the view and never come to visit Waipara. There will also be tourists who travel down State Highway 7, see the beautiful expanse of Waipara and think, oh, because there's a sign on that state highway just before you get to the property that tells you you're entering the wine growing region. It's a brown sign, one of the. There will be tourists on there who see Waipara and who it occurs to them to come and visit Waipara. Maybe not that day, maybe not that week, but another time. So that will have an impact on businesses in Waipara. So that's why I'm saying you can't completely divorce them. Some of those tourists won't come and visit. Some will then come and visit. And so it impacts the property, the businesses in Waipara as well. There is a third impact, a tourism impact that I think needs to be taken into account. And so you've got State Highway 7, you've got the individual properties such as our own that will be heavily impacted. But you've also got other tourist activities elsewhere that won't be impacted. And I'll explain how. There's not a great deal of accommodation options in Waipara. They are growing. Some of that growth has slowed because of this application. But really what I should say is there aren't enough. And what I mean by aren't enough is they aren't enough for the bigger wineries to routinely open in the evenings because people don't want to drive out and go to a winery. They want to be able to stay very close. So if you reduce the number of accommodation businesses in Waipara, you're not just affecting those properties and those businesses, you're having a knock-on effect further down the tourism food chain. I think it's important to think of tourism as an ecosystem in itself. It's not just one effect over here and one effect over here. They're interconnected. And I think the Waipara Railway made a point in their submission on this. They run every other week, 2 trains a day on Sundays, delivering, I think, 300 passengers a time. Oh, sorry, 300, I think, is the combined over the 2 trains every other week to Waikari. Those passengers get off the train, they walk to the pub or they walk to the shop and they buy an ice cream or a coffee. So if you affect their tourist activities, you are having a knock-on effect, not even in Waipara, but in Waikari. It's, I would caution against considering tourism as defined little blocks without looking at the big picture.
Do you think people would be put off using the train by solar farm?
It's going to depend for different people. I've been on the train and it's been full of train enthusiasts who care about the engine and the views are less.
No, plenty of them.
I've been on the train with people who the view is why they're there and it's just the means that they get there. Also, another point I think raised in the Waipara Railway's submission is how they have maintained a 1950s aesthetic. So if you've been on the train, I understand it's all very much in keeping with a view of rural New Zealand, sort of a snapshotted view in the 50s. Solar panels, solar plants aren't compatible with that. Some of the people who would come and appreciate the Waipara Railway, that might be a factor. It's very, the reality, of course, though, is most people, it's going to be some combination of all three. Not going to be, there'll be the train enthusiasts who just want the train. A lot of people will be the package.
I mean, I think this, you know, I'm interested in this tourism and I'm interested to really understand, get to the bottom of it and understand it. I mean, theoretically, there could be people that decide to come to Waipara because there is a solar farm here and because there is a wind farm on the hill. There's a you know, there's a renewable energy destination to come and have a look at.
Separating it out. So sort of there's wind farm in and of itself, and then it's, would you come to a renewable energy destination? I haven't seen any evidence that renewable energy hubs become tourist destinations. Wind farms slightly differently. I think they are a bit unlike solar plants, actually. Wind farms are more divisive in terms of some people think they really look quite good on the hill and enjoy them and are fascinated by them. Some people think they look ugly. They do, as Lisa Pomona addressed this morning, often enable people to get into an area they might not otherwise have and appreciate views that they might not otherwise have had. let's be realistic. I don't think many people are going to go to Christchurch Airport to look at the solar farm and enjoy it. Certainly it's.
I think you'll be surprised.
Well, maybe out of curiosity, but not out of a sense of enjoying the thing. A curiosity, I think, is a better way to put it.
Well, let's expand it a bit further. Let's go a bigger scale. Solar farms are not unique to, proposals aren't unique to Waipara. They're now appearing right across the entire country. And so are wind farms. So does that mean New Zealand as a whole has a problem with tourism because we're now populating our landscape with solar farms?
If they're done irresponsibly, yes, is the short answer. If they're done sensibly, like Christchurch Airport is a great example, probably not. If they are done in places like this, on an Alpine Pacific touring route, in a thriving tourist economy, then, and we repackage that across the country, then yes, I think we do start to have an issue.
Can I just ask, why do you think Christchurch Airport's been done well?
I have to say I haven't seen it since it's been finished, so I'm talking about the location, the choice of site, rather than the finished product, if you see what I mean. But it's two reasons, effectively. One is the fact that some of the energy, as I understand it, most of it is going directly into the airport.
That's great.
That is by far the most sensible. If you're going to do large-scale solar anywhere, do it where the need is. Because every time you transmit electricity a kilometre, you lose some. So the energy here, we're told from Mr. Andrews, is going to the West Coast and Marlborough. The energy generated, some of it will be lost before it gets to where it's needed. So that's the first part of the answer.
There's probably less lost than it's at the moment coming from Benmore. That's where a lot of the electricity, that's the South Island hub, that's where it comes from. So you're actually losing less here than you would do if it's coming from Benmore.
Except that's an existing generation activity.
I accept it.
And we're told that a lot of the need for increased renewable energy generation is to meet anticipated demand. And so when that anticipated demand comes up, whatever it may be, if it's a new data center, we put the generation as close as possible to where it's needed, would be my argument. The second part of your question, sir, because that part of the airport, it's generally an industrial district. It's not a tourist destination other than to get on a plane and go somewhere.
Sure, that side of the airport is like that. And it's interesting that you've raised it because not only with the airport, not only is it visual from the ground, it's visual from the air. If you're landing there, particularly if you're coming from the south and you're on the left-hand side of the plane, it's front and center there. You can't avoid it. There's not a great deal of screening around it, my experience, what I've seen. There's very limited planting around it. And the area that it moves into is what they call ecological dryland. So that's where it's located. So there's a whole lot of things. I agree with you in terms of the location to that. But I'm just moving on, what Commissioner Bray is saying, there are solar farms and they're already under construction right around the country, big farms all over the place that have been consented. And so therefore, from that tourism point of view, are we getting a problem? And it's not just solar. We shouldn't focus on solar farms because there's lots of wind farms as well.
I don't think you can generalize. I think it very much is site specific. I'm a bit familiar with some of the other solar farms that are sort of underway in different parts of the country, but I'm not nearly as familiar with any of their sites as I am with Waipara.
Are you aware of any studies that have been undertaken on the impacts of renewable energy on tourism?
No, I'm sorry, I don't. But I don't know if there are. What I would say though is it's a bit like conditions. That's going to be site specific. So if you did a study on tourism, I don't know, in Australia, is it going to be the same as how applicable?
I was just thinking about New Zealand.
Yeah.
Be good study for landscape architecture.
Would be.
That's my
University.
Social impact, I think.
Okay, probably can't take that one too much further, but it's good discussion.
I think, again, a common thread, the reliance on the plantings of 0 to 5. I mean, what's your opinion on how we might address that?
So first of all, I'll say when we moved to our property, as I say, 21, so we're coming up on the 5-year period. One of the first things we did was plant an area of around 100 natives to our neighbour has an area of natives, and we were expanding that to create biodiversity corridors. Originally, the first season we planned limited irrigation, and where the areas where we didn't irrigate, the establishment rate was extremely low. We chain plants, obviously, because that's what you do. And irrigation does help them establish, definitely, but the growth rate is nothing close to what's being suggested here. As it's 5 years, it's probably the first thing we did, and they're still.
But we have irrigation proposed now.
Yes, I don't want to repeat myself, so if I could maybe leave that one till I speak this afternoon, if that's okay. Because I'd say to give you the headline of what I'm going to say is, we've got a plan for irrigation, a hope for irrigation.
Okay. I just want to also, you mentioned dust in your presentation, and in terms of the conditions of dust, I mean, they're pretty clear. I think it says it's in a management plan, ensure that any dust of construction work, and I think there's another one for operational, does not cause dust which is noxious, dangerous, offensive, or objectionable outside the boundaries. I mean, isn't that pretty clear cut that they are not permitted to do that? End of story.
I don't want to keep saying I'll deal with that later, but I am going to talk on Friday about conditions. What I'd say is the problem with that is we don't have the detail on how.
But it wouldn't matter really, would it? Because the requirement is to none. So. And
dust is created, we're then relying on enforcement action. I question whether it's sufficient without the detail. If it might be different, says if we had the detail of exactly what we're proposing, so we could see, yes, that's likely to be viable. But a point I'll come on to make is I have a serious concern as a matter of law of imposing conditions when we don't know whether or not they can be met or not. As I say, I'll speak more on that on Friday.
I'm trying to find it, but I can't. It doesn't matter. I was going to ask you about this wine growing area, which is sitting within the district plan. My reading of it is that I think there's a bit of a false understanding of what protection is actually providing, and I don't think provides a lot of protection at all in terms of the area. Would you agree? You've obviously had a look at it.
Yeah, I do. I think it provides more than has been identified in the Section 42A report. If you look at the assessment criteria for the rural region, in the Section 42A report, only some of the relevant criteria are set out. The full assessment criteria in the rural area do talk about protection of the Waipara wine growing region. And again, it's something I was planning to talk about on Friday.
I'm just sort of using your submission here. My reading was it's pretty much related to things like setbacks.
And I mean, which is what we're talking about with the shelter belt.
But the reference in there to the protection, they give an example that's residential to wine growing. That's the example. That's the example.
Yeah, but again, it's a legal point. But you'll notice when you're looking at the provisions of a district plan, it's to look at the objectives and the policies as a whole, rather than to single out particular rules. So I say it's very much.
So, is there a specific policy
on the Waipara wine growing region? No. No, I'm saying if you take the district plan as a whole.
I think that's all the questions I've got. I think we've covered everything. Unless you've got any others.
I think we're going to be coming back to a lot of.
You can't get away from this, I'm afraid.
But no, in terms of the submission, though,
yeah,
I've focused pretty much on what was in the submission. I think I've covered everything that
I have to.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
20 to 1. We are slightly behind time. we'll take a break now. I'll try and keep it to around 40 minutes so we can try and see if we can get back time. So if we're back around 20 past 1, that's okay. Thank you. Sunny again, we can go.
Oh, we can go and maybe someone on the beaches.
Okay, good afternoon. So we're just going to swap some things around here, just to accommodate people, and I understand that's been discussed. So, thank you very much. And I think it's Ms. Nash.
Yes, no.
Nash. And you're speaking. You've got 3 hats on here. So, North Canterbury Wine Growers, Hurunui Trails, and then on behalf of.
Yes.
Okay. So, are you dealing with it all at the same time?
Yes, I thought just rather than being highly repetitive, I'd deal with the first 2.
Yep.
Together.
Yes.
And point out any differences.
Yep.
And then at the end, which will be a lot shorter, I'll speak on behalf of my father, Rod Ninesh, who can't make it today.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
There's no-
It's not just helps us to open what documents we need.
Is that loud enough?
Yes, that's fine for us. Yep. Okay.
Great. So take it away. So yes, my name is Penelope Nash. You can call me Pen. And we've already discussed who I'm speaking on behalf of. I know that these 2 submissions from the North Canterbury Wine Growers and the Trust are quite similar. So I just wanted to make sure we talk around the topic and lend any experience I have on behalf of the growers and the Trust. Just a little bit about me, which may help, because I'm very involved in both communities that have submitted. I'm a director and family member of the Black Estate Winery, which is a couple of kilometres down the road, and also a trustee of the Hurunui Trails Trust. Oh, sorry, I've already said that. It's probably relevant just to give a bit of background about Black Estate. My family, my husband and my parents own Black Estate, and we have 3 vineyards, which we have developed since 2007 at various times. We've done a lot of native planting there at each property, and we've built a restaurant. So we work with 3 vineyards, farming them biodynamically, and also run a cellar door restaurant and B&B at the main property that's open to the public. So I will lend some of that experience personally when I talk about some of the wine growers' observations. We moved here in 2007. We were struck by the beauty, and that may come through in the occasional observation. Just in relation to some of the observations we'll be making, I do work in the cellar door regularly. So some of the evidence I'll provide from wine growers and the trails relates to what I observe and can lend easy observations to. We've been here for almost 20 years. My other experience, just relevant briefly, is that I've been on the North Canterbury Wine Growers Committee since 2010. I spent 10 years on their sub-marketing committee and was sort of led the rebrand of the region, where we talk about wine and food a lot more with North Canterbury Wine Growers. So the festival was rebranded and to be the North Canterbury Wine and Food Festival. And that was a very exciting time in the Valley and has been a point of distinction for a wine region. I've also been on the New Zealand Wine Growers Marketing Committee in 2012, and I also co-chaired the International Wine Conference led by New Zealand Wine in relation to Pinot Noir New Zealand, which was held in Christchurch and is an international conference. Right. I'm a founding trustee of Huanui Trails Trust, which began in 2007. And I personally, on that trust board, I represent the Waipara Valley Vineyard Trail, which is one of the entities making the submission today. That trail goes through the Waipara Township, Glenmark Reserve, about 80% of the cellar doors and vineyards, and passes many B&Bs. Okay, just two main points before we get into the nitty-gritty. In relation to both submissions, each entity's submission, we're not opposed to renewable energy, and we're not opposed to solar farms in principle. However, we're strongly opposed to placing a 180-hectare industrial scale solar farm in the centre of one of New Zealand's most distinctive boutique wine and food tourism destinations, which is growing in reputation. This is the wrong development in the wrong location. A second point I feel I need to make is that the two significant economic drivers for the Huanui district is the North Canterbury wine industry and the Hamner Pools complex and the Hamner Village. I actually sit on the Huanui Tourism Board, but I just need to point, there's three quite important tourism entities that are not able to submit at this hearing because they're conflicted. So we have Hamner Springs Hot Pools, which is owned by the council, has not made a submission because of conflict. Alpine Pacific Touring Route, which is a promoted touring route that's always existed here and has a beautiful website. And that is, has been created by Huanui District Council, Christchurch NZ and the Kaikoura Council, or their relevant RTO. They were conflicted because of the Huanui Council's partnership in that entity. And then the Huanui Tourism Board cannot make a submission because they are a committee of Huanui District Council. So it's up to the wine growers and the Huanui Trails Trust to speak about the effect that this solar farm is going to have on wine and food tourism and the rural character and visual amenities of this region. So just looking at the effect on the rural character of this region and rural amenity and wine tourism. For more than 40 years, the Waipara Valley community has invested in building an internationally recognised wine region and now food region, which is a highly respected tourism destination. That success depends fundamentally on landscape, rural amenity, and visitor experience. As I mentioned, I do work in our cellar door, but many of our wine growers know, and the B&B operators and restaurants in the region which are on the trail, they know that people come here because they're smaller family-owned vineyards. There are surrounding farms with diverse food production, open landscapes, quiet roads, cellar doors, restaurants, cycling and walking trails, and concerts now, and produce and great rural hospitality. The valley now includes more than 12 cellar doors, multiple restaurants, there's about 5 at the moment, 20 successful boutique accommodation providers, and a growing number of other tourism experiences like the concerts, wellness, and trails. The valley is renowned for some of the more premium vineyard producers in the country. Having recently, or last week, 6 of us were written up in the Wine Spectator, a top international wine magazine. And in August last year, out of 6 vineyards noticed and written up in the New York Times, 3 of them were from North Canterbury. Every one of these businesses depends on visitors wanting to experience open rural landscapes and the character of the valley. Approving a development that the applicant has put forward of that scale risks undermining the momentum we have built and the future investment occurring in our accommodation and tourism sector. I just have to note briefly that we have had our setbacks over time. We've had the Christchurch earthquake, where we didn't really see tourists for 4 years. 6 years later, we had the Kaikoura earthquake, where State Highway 1 was closed in Cheviot. And no traffic was allowed past the Hamner turnoff for a year. And then we had a pandemic. So to see so much progress happen over that entire time, and so much momentum at the moment with new people coming into the valley, buying existing venues, building new beautiful homes on the hills, and young staff wanting to live out here is incredibly exciting. And we are not keen to see a development that could stop all of that in its tracks. We will discuss landscaping and other visual effects, but a quick note I mentioned in the North Canterbury Wine Growers submission was that the district plan also sees our wine growing region as an area of regional importance, encompassing grape cultivation, wine production, and wine tourism. An industrial scale solar farm beside our township of Waipara and vineyards will have a negative impact on the wine tourism directly, as it undermines the industry's financial base, as cellar door sales and brand value are closely tied to the region's scenic appeal. It is economically a lot more viable to sell one's wine at a cellar door than at a supermarket or as bulk wine overseas. We're a cool climate region, and we rely on cellar door sales in this region or restaurant sales of our wine to cover the increased cost of production with climate change challenges and geopolitical issues like the cost of fertilizer and oil. So we really have, our strategy as North Canterbury Wine Growers is to encourage visitors to this region and encourage the growth of the Waipara Township with B&Bs and places to stay so more people can come and enjoy this beautiful valley with its food and wine. That's just an economical point. Regarding just some of the comments I've been trying to keep up with the various the evidence and the various documents that have been coming through on email. In this area, I just wanted to point out a statement that was made in the landscape joint witness statement by the expert, Mr. Cocker, the expert for the applicant in relation to landscape. He likened vineyards and solar farms as being comparable because they both contribute to texture and patterning to the landscape. And just at this early stage, I just wanted to note that we disagree wholeheartedly. We built a restaurant in front of a vineyard on purpose so that all our guests could come and look at the vines that have been planted in front of it. I doubt that the developers will be looking to, after they've finally established, so if they do get their panels in place, build a cafe so that everyone can come and enjoy the pattern of the panels. I also note that in 40 years, there has never been a question or a need or an objection to anyone planting a vineyard in this valley. The patterns have been welcome. And as the council's landscape expert, Ms. Rachel Annan notes, vineyards are living agricultural systems. They change seasonally, contribute directly to the valley's identity, and are part of the productive rural landscape. And they certainly have been for the last 40 years in this region. This solar development proposal is fundamentally different. It is industrial infrastructure. And I think this distinction is really important at this early stage. So just turning now to the various points that we've made in our submissions about landscaping. It was the first point that came up for the wine growers and the trust, because we all live in this region and we've all planted trees. And they're a lot harder to grow than vines, to be honest. Well, clearly, you can sort of see that from driving through the valley. Based on my personal experience, when we built the Black Estate restaurant, we lived there for 5 years. So we were there every day, and we had trickle systems on all the natives we put for the landscaping around our car park and entrance to the restaurant. We hand watered them every day. We used irrigation, and we had staff on the property every day for 5 years. And we think maybe the shelter belt at the back is almost reaching 3 meters after 15 years. We're also quite shocked at just no matter how much you manage the native planting and mulch your native plants, just if you go away for 4 days and there's a nor'west, you know, the 3 weeks watering beforehand is gone. And these observations are personal, but they're from a property where there are clay soils which retain more water than the free draining gravels of the site in question for the solar farm. I just want to, obviously my evidence is personal as a resident and a business owner, but I was very pleased to see Sue McCall's evidence that was submitted. Also questioning the credibility of achieving 4 to 5 metre screening heights within the proposed time frame, which I think was 4 years. It's not even whether or not they'll grow to 4 to 5 metres, it's whether or not they'll even live. Anyone who lives in this valley who has a garden or a vineyard knows that mulching and consistent watering is the only way you get a tree to even look up to the sky, and even then it is so slow. And then you've got your nor'west winds that could even just take them out. The Section 95 report and independent peer review by Ms. Rachel Anand similarly questioned whether the landscaping mitigation can realistically achieve the outcomes claimed by the applicant. Another issue, I think, is regarding landscaping, and I'll get to the other issues with water in another section because that relates to all this new stuff that's been coming through in the emails. The other issue I have is the geography of the valley. And I just know this because I have neighbours who didn't get a submission in and they wish they did, but they're all on the hills. So they're quite high up. And no matter how high these trees get in an ideal world, they're going to have to look down on this big 180 hectare black mass or glare, which is quite different to all the other interrupted blocks with forestry or trees or vines or different farms. And I noted that this point has been made in the peer report too about topography. And on Mackenzie's Road, which the trail connects to Mackenzie's Road, which is off the Waipara Township. And there's some good little B&Bs there now, but there could be so many more down there. The Wicker Pass Trails train is there. And we can see that any development of accommodation in that area is going to have to look out over these black screens, which is just a tragedy. At this stage too, before I get on to water, I just want to note that we just got to get this right. Like we're North Canterbury wine growers, we're quite up to play with ecosystems and regenerative agriculture and the importance of diversity in trees. And we actually, if we could see in this submission, in this application, that the solar farm was going to have amazing systems to really genuinely build native forest around it and build ecosystems and create more abundance in this valley and attract wildlife. It'd be pretty easy to work together on this and think that could be really amazing because Waipara, you know, there used to be a lot of native bush in this valley before it was all cut down hundreds of years ago. But we haven't seen anything like that in this application, and except for a sort of expert evidence statement in the 11th hour about water at the very last minute and how we might, which I'll get on to, be able to water these trees and get it to some sort of height. I think we just need to keep in mind that this is precedent making this case, this hearing right now. And if we allow this to happen without proper mitigation plans, which I can't see evidence, this could just spread through this whole valley. So moving to water supply concerns. As we've noted in both submissions, and I've already touched on, the mitigation plan and the planting, which would help us handle a solar farm, relies on long-term irrigation. There's substantial uncertainty around the applicant's proposed water supply arrangements. It was just really surprising that it just wasn't mentioned in the early application. Like, it's just, everyone knows, even if you don't live here, that Waipara has hardly any water. It's common knowledge. You can see it from the amount of trees in the valley and feel the nor'wester and the frosts. The rebuttal evidence that was provided in the 11th hour by Mr. Bubb, the applicant's water expert, refers to transferring an existing consent and drilling a new deep bore, but the details remain unclear. They seem incredibly vague for a legal document to be submitted at the last minute. The proposed bore has not been drilled, it hasn't been consented, the transfer is not finalised, we don't know who it's from, and the full environmental implications remain uncertain. I would have thought at least something that was trying to touch on water would have been submitted a good year ago. Furthermore, I think the rebuttal evidence talks about approximately 8,000 cubic metres of water per year would be available for irrigation of the shelter planting. Based on our practical experience, and we always wish we had more water as wine grower, just about every wine grower in this valley wishes they could get more water. I think there's also people still waiting for their units of town supply water just for the home and the troughs for the animals. But based on our experience, that is not enough water to successfully, which is the key here, irrigate the shelter planting. There is concern from us about who is going to look after this irrigation, who's going to fix all the trickle lines and the broken pipe, who's going to make sure, who's going to be there when it's broken and water's gushing out to the right. I don't see any plans yet on how that management's going to happen for the next 30 years, or at least 10 to 15 to get these trees growing. I've also seen supplementary evidence by Ms. Alchemy in May 2026 about sort of ecological compensation or a restoration, maybe about a restoration area that's about 8 hectares big that would hopefully restore the ecosystem of the site, which is a really nice idea. But I haven't seen anything in the evidence. Could be wrong though, I just haven't had that much time to read everything. But I haven't seen anything to show sufficient water to establish this restoration area. So I thought I'd just leave that with you commissioners. Yeah, there you go. Water availability is one of the defining constraints on development in this whole valley, let alone a whole new industrial solar farm. I thought at this stage it's nice to refer to Dr. Taylor's evidence, which highlights the sensitivity and over-allocation of water in this region and the general concerns with the catchment. Just moving now to just a note on credibility and confidence in the mitigation plan. I think I speak on behalf of the North Canterbury Wine Growers community and the Trails Trust and the general community. It's just seeing sort of water addressed at the last minute like this does raise some concerns. And then just seeing the emails that came through, I think it was minute 8, about the unconsented vegetation clearance on the site in April 2024. We're being asked to rely heavily on future landscaping promises by the applicant and ecological mitigation. And we've been asked to believe there's going to be long-term stewardship by the applicant with the solar development, the solar farm. Yet significant Indigenous vegetation was removed from the site without consent after ecological concerns had already been raised. The subsequent attempt to alter the site boundaries to avoid planning consequences has I think, undermined confidence in the process, especially on behalf of the two entities that I represent, and I think the community. It raises a serious question. If the applicant failed to protect existing Indigenous vegetation on the site, why should the community have confidence in the applicant's delivery and long-term maintenance of, say, is it 30,000 future plants? Particularly when there remains uncertainty regarding how this is going to be irrigated and established. For many in the community, this sequence of events is a concern. Just moving now to the ecological and viticultural concerns. I know Sue McGraw, I think, has done an excellent report in her evidence, and I will rely on that because I'll just be really honest, as wine growers, we have wanted to look into these issues with temperature and the way these solar panels are going to affect our growing potential of cool climate varieties. We grow Chardonnay, Pinot Noir, and Riesling. They're low yielding. The climate here is already extremely challenging. And we are now bringing in 180 hectares of panels that arguably in some studies have shown that there could be small changes to temperature, airflow, or soil moisture. Sue McCaw's evidence identifies the solar heat island effect as a concern. Under the Resource Management Act, a low probability but potentially high impact effects, but a low probability, but something that potentially affects in a high impact way must still be considered in these decisions. And I wish I could speak more about it, but we're trying to run a business. So I haven't been able to look into that. As a conclusion, Commissioners, this application asks you to approve a very large industrial development within the heart of a highly distinctive rural wine farming and tourism landscape that is growing and is exciting. It's been here for 40 years. In our view, the adverse landscape tourism, ecological and rural amenity effects are significant and inconsistent with the character and values of the Waipara wine growing region and the rural character of the Waipara Valley Trail. The North Canterbury Wine Growers and Huanui Trails Trust support the conclusions in the Section 95 report and independent peer review by the Council. We respectfully ask for the application to be declined. We have noted in both of our submissions the conditions that if this has to go ahead, that both entities would request. Do you want me to read those out as they're stated in the submissions? Because they're both similar but slightly different. Or should I just refer to them as they are in the submission?
So one of the, you've got under one submission, you've got the irrigation issue and no commencement of construction until at least 3 meters high. That's one.
Yeah, that's the Huanui Trails submission.
And
then the wine growers is asking for landscaping must use plant species that are at least 1 metre in height, and they must, to maintain the resource consent, the natural plant cover must demonstrate an average growth rate of 0.5 metres per year, ensuring the intended screening and mitigation of visual effects can be achieved, which I don't think is a bad ask given you want them to be, was it 4 or 5 metres within 4 years? Or you've asserted that they will be. So they're slightly different based on what each committee resolved at the time. But ideally, we want certainty that these trees are going to grow, and we cannot see that under the mitigation plan.
Okay. Thank you. Can I ask you, where does the trail go?
Sure. I had put that in the submission, so sorry I haven't gone into all the detail in this part. It starts in the Waipara Township, and then you can camp at the Glenmark Domain, which is a beautiful oak-driven domain. You then go down Church Road into the back of Waipara Springs, and then you go under the State Highway 1 up to Greystone, which is high on the hill, which is where you can see the solar farm.
Right.
And then you go, and they have a fuel pod that's higher and a lookout that's even higher. And then you go across several vineyards, Pilgrim, Mountford, Sky Punch, all the Blacks Ave vineyards, and then you arrive at Black Estate. You then go down through Blacks Ave, and we have a building consent at the moment to finish a exciting bridge that's going to allow us to cross Omahi Creek, which is mentioned in Dr. Tao's evidence, and go under State Highway 1 again, and then down Kings Road near where King's Truffles second property was.
Yep.
Past a beautiful old farm, Glenmark station, which has been restored to its heritage value, and then back to the domain into Waipara Township. And from the goal is from Waipara Township, you can access the vineyards on Mackenzie's Road and stay in the B&Bs. You can use the Weka Pass Railway. You can visit Torles, which is almost in the township as well.
So is this a walking and biking?
It's walking and cycling.
Okay.
And we've been running, it was built since 2011.
The trail is on, I guess, on the eastern side, doesn't go across the Waipara River and to the wineries on the other side.
No, not yet, but the trust, I'm the representative of the Waipara Valley Trail, but on the Hiranui Trails Trust Board, there's a representative who is working on the future trail to get it across the river. And so then, because Waipara Winehouse are very keen to link up with it, and then we can get it to Amberley. And then there's already the Heartland Trail that goes from Amberley through the back roads to George's Road, Salador and B&B area, the Bone Line. And then it already exists. It was developed after the Kaikoura earthquake. It's under our umbrella. And it goes into the Pyramid Valley area and then out towards Lyford and Kaikoura. So the whole network is within Hiranui and the Trust ambit. We've also got trails in Amberley, and we have trails in the Cheviot. It's all on our website. But there is a wonderful goal between all the councils to try, because there's trails coming down from Picton and there's trails coming from Christchurch. So if we can link them all up, it's incredibly exciting for this region, but we need somewhere for people to stay. And that's the Waipara Town. It's always, the vision has always been the Waipara Township, which there already have been B&Bs at, but we just would love more.
Do you see the solar farm as reducing opportunities, therefore, for that accommodation?
Yes.
And why would it do that?
I think just on Mackenzie's Road, I think there was a place, I don't know if it's still open, Annie's Loft, that was there for years. Those vineyard sites are beautiful for places to stay on a farm, but they would look out towards the solar farm. And then there's a few at the early start of the Waipara Township that might see the solar farm. Then there are the properties on the hill that have not yet got their open B&Bs, but there is already the Greystone Pure Pod, that's definitely in view. And it's going to be, if you owned a property quite high up on the hills, you'd have to wait to see what happens here before you think about investing in accommodation. And I mean, you can stay in Amberley, but the goal's always been trying to be in the valley with your bike.
Doesn't matter which submission was, doesn't matter. You said you were not against renewable energy, but don't know why such a scale and industrial project cannot be located in a more industrial area. There's not a tourism area. So what do you mean by that? What when you say located somewhere else, where would that be?
Well, I don't want to be controversial, but there are some areas of farming where all the trees have been taken down for pivot, and quite big farming scaled operations, which is similar to, the solar farm is a big farming operations. And I feel it's the surrounding area in of the Waipara Township, an area for me has always, the beauty of it has been, there's been so much diversity. There hasn't been one farming activity that's completely dominated the view or the story of what this valley is all about. We've got grain growers, we've got beef and lamb, we've got several small organic growers. We've got vineyards. The average size of a vineyard is 10 to 40 well, I think there's lots of 2s and 3s, but 10 to 40 hectares. And there's one big one, which is further down on the strait. So the diversity of the region has been written about in international magazines. And as a result, you have restaurants like Greystone and Black Estate and Waipara wine growers telling that story, because we access all this different food from this region. It's not just dairy, and it's not just forestry. It's not like Marlborough is mainly vines, and then you go out to the Sounds into the sea to collect fish and shellfish. In North Canterbury, we have all this diversity, and to ruin that, I think, visually, with a big solar farm that does affect tourism, which is another part of the economy here, not just farming, is just it's just a tragedy. We've got something. It's just something so amazing we've got going here, and it really does stick out. Really does. And I think there are other areas that are flat areas in the country that don't have all these other activities around them, or a town, a residential town, let's not forget that, or a tourism industry.
Is the state highway a concern?
State Highway 7? Well, I think so. We drove up it yesterday, to be honest, just to double check the viewpoints, because we've got to get it right. But if you look at the Alpine Pacific touring route website, they talk about how, you're coming from Hamner, which is part of the route, and Hiranui Tourism and North Canterbury Wine Growers have always talked about this experience, the link between Hamner and Waipara Valley, the two anchor stones of tourism in this region. You come from Hamner, you've had a beautiful time up there, you come through amazing Frog Rock, Weka Pass, and say you're a tourist. You're finally coming into this famous wine and food region. And at the moment, you're coming down State Highway 7, and you look out to these hills, and they've all got vineyards on them. And you can see the farms, you can see the vineyards. You're coming into the food basket of Waipara Valley, which has been written about for decades. And if these solar panels go up, and if plants grow as high as we are told they are going to grow, all of that view is obstructed. So that's what you come in and you see 4 kilometres of solar panels or growing native trees at whatever stage they're at. Then you might turn into the Waipara Township and you glimpse this big industrial farm. You might go through the town in 5 to 10 years' time, and I just query if that town would have developed. And you're like, oh, this is an exciting region. That's the arrival into a famous premium wine and food region of New Zealand that is quite distinctive. Just wanted to point out that, as I mentioned, Marlborough, it's a huge industry. It's 90% of New Zealand wine is produced and grown there. And you feel that when you go there. It's just vines for kilometres. You go to Queenstown, there's definitely vines and there's real estate, but they don't have quite as many diverse food producing farms because of the climate down there. We do have that, and it's a huge part of our story. And if it's dominated by a big black solar farm, it would be a tragedy from a visitor experience.
You referred earlier on in your statement, actually, I should ask you whether we can get a copy of what you read out. You can email that through to us. You referred in your statement to if it had provided a greater deal of ecological gain and ecological, talked about that earlier. What did you mean by that? Was that something earlier on that was being put forward, or is that just your thoughts on it?
I think you can even see it from the submission, from both submissions, but I'm just adding my personal view to try and just, like, if these trees grew like they should, and if, like Sue McCaw mentioned, a bigger band of natives surrounding the solar farm, and we could all see that an ecosystem would actually be enhanced in this property because of the amazing mitigation plan and the genuine interest in looking after this piece of land and Waipara. then and we have to see that plan first, but maybe we would consider it. And I think the scale of 180 hectares is pretty debatable, but we're not anti, I mean, if we're not completely anti a solar farm, it just has to fit the rural character of the land. And if it's reduced and the whole thing makes sense with huge amounts of growth, but the problem is, A, we just can't see how that happens here because we know what it's like to grow trees. It's just so hard. But B, the applicant, they didn't mention water at the last minute. They've removed 200-year-old Madagari trees. So I've already mentioned that, but there's just been nothing to even convince us that maybe, because we're organic and biodynamic farmers. A lot of the premium wine growers are here. If we can see progress with technology and renewable solar farms and amazing regenerative forests around it, we'd have a look at it. But we cannot see it, and we're seeing these quite late moves of the applicant trying to quickly grasp it, saying they've got water or they didn't remove some native trees without compliance. Well, I don't know if they said that, sorry, but removing natives, it's just all a bit concerning and hard to trust that this land will be in a better state than it is now after this development. Given it's going to affect our community significantly, you'd expect a little bit more effort.
Does that extend to beyond the site?
I think, are you thinking of things like Mount Cass Walkway, the way they did that?
Oh, yeah. So often projects extend mitigation beyond the site.
It would if it made sense.
That might be regeneration planting. That could be other things as well. I mean, there have been solar farms that have put solar panels on schools and stuff like that as part of that compensation.
That's a great gesture, but if it still means that the whole community and potential residents and B&B owners and visitors have to look at 180 hectares of black glary screens and they haven't been screened properly.
Yeah, I've got that, but I'm trying to
sure,
yeah.
Sure, but it's not going to solve the problem if they haven't solved it at the site.
Yep, get that. You referred just before there to scale. What in your view is appropriate scale? You referred to the 181 hectares a number of times and referred to scales.
40 hectares. I mean, I went through Japan on the Shinkishan, and it's just amazing how you're passing small farms and small solar farms all the time. And it's cool. Like, yeah, we do need to use renewables, but they're not dominating 4 kilometres of a tourist highway.
Just going to check the other submission, sorry. I think I had some different questions. Yeah, you've also raised this issue of the district plan. And what I will get Ms. Kirby to address this when she comes back, but my reading of the district plan is that Waipara growing area is really about some references into some clauses around setbacks and things like that. There's no policy context around that. So while it's identified as an overlay, that overlay seems to me to relate to a number of assessment criteria associated with breaches of setbacks and things like that. Unless I've misread it, but I will get Ms. Kirby to address that. Because I know a number of submitters have placed quite a bit of reliance on it, but I'm struggling to see if there's any gains to be made from that.
If you have another question, go ahead, but I might just check my submission. Sorry, I couldn't print it today, so I'm just to check it. It's one of like 60 pages, so it takes a long time. Oh yeah, there we go. So it was a rule, and I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's a clause. I wouldn't call it a rule. It's a clause under the assessment criteria.
3.4.8.
Yeah, 0.1. I think there's about 3 of them in there, but they seem to me to be assessment criteria associated with, I think that one refers to setbacks, and I think that one.
Oh, I don't have the plan here. But what we're trying to say is that we need to continue to grow grapes and be wine growers. And we do need to have a viable wine tourism industry to allow us to do that. And so we see that relationship is really important in protecting the use of land in the Waipara wine growing area.
I do have some questions. I will say that I went to Black Estate for lunch and it was very lovely, thank you.
I've been as well.
Yeah. I don't think you can see the solar farm from there, but I do understand that further down you can. Look, there has been quite a lot of discussion about, this being the wine area, wine district, and that's an important part of it. So I want to just dig in a bit to that. Can you give me a bit of a history? When did it become wine? What's the history of wine here and how did it develop?
Early 1980s were the first plantings with John McCaskey and the brands that you may recognise, Pegasus Bay and Torles. And then near the wood, which is on this road where we live, was Danny Schuster in 1986. And then there was another wave where vineyards like Muddy Water, Black Estate, Mountford were planted. And then you had Pyramid Valley and Waikari in the early 2000s, Pyramid Valley and Bell Hill, early 2000s, which are up Highway 7. So you go through there to get to their vineyards, about 25 minutes from here. And then the bone line was very early on down George's Road. So yeah, it's been a 40-year history. There have been small cellar doors that opened, but they've increased over that time. Pegasus Bay being one of the early ones. I remember when we were here, when we opened our restaurant in 2012, I remember there being 3 or 4 B&Bs available because we had a group of very keen wine lovers who wanted to do 2 days and stay in the valley, and we had to split them up and none of them were booked, and we had to split them up between 3 or 4 B&Bs, and they're the only places to stay. Some of them had to sleep in the same bed, if you know what I mean. And now it's significantly different. There's at least 20 and some beautiful luxury accommodation, Pure Pods, Kamiko's up at Black Estate, sleeps 10 people. And it's after all these other events that have held back tourism. Any other thing about history?
Yeah. So what sort of size is it now? Like how many hectares of vines would there be?
I didn't mean to look this up, but I haven't.
Just approximately, you know?
I know that we're the 5th biggest region, and actually it's right here because I did look it up. I just can't remember it. I'm offline. Damn it. I can't quite remember. We're the 5th largest region.
Okay, in New Zealand.
Yes, and mainly there's 3 large vineyards in the region, and then all the rest are small family-owned vineyards.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that was my next question. So the nature of the ownership is that most of them are local wineries. There's only 3 that are.
Well, I think it's soon to be 1. Well, no, actually, they're almost all family because one of the global owners of vineyards throughout New Zealand is pulling out.
Right.
Which actually means I don't know of any global or corporate ownership in the valley anymore.
And we hear a lot at the moment about the wine industry. It's not in a great way from what I understand. I'm from Hawke's Bay, so I'm in the thick of it there. I mean, what's the future hold for wine here? How's it looking?
Well, it's funny you say that because it's because we're all quite small and boutique, we're just not we're not being affected like the big players or the growers in Marlborough or potentially Hawke's Bay. Because we don't sell our wine predominantly we don't. Maybe those 2 corporates who have actually just sold their vineyards, so they're out. We don't sell our wine in bulk to be bottled overseas or as a commodity product. We're selling our wine in top restaurants in New York or at our cellar doors or in Christchurch or throughout the country. And it's quite a sustainable model.
Right.
Personally, you know, over the years, I wish I could have had a much easier scalable thing like Marlborough does, but suddenly it all seems to make a lot more sense now when people are drinking less and the cost of production's gone up to be small and good.
Because, yeah, I think they're either leaving grapes on the vine or even, you know, cutting them to the ground. That's not happening here.
There's been a little bit of that this year, but nothing like in the other regions at all. I've heard of one producer who's done that.
Right. Yeah. And again, because your boutique is the key. Yeah.
Possibly also because some of the changes, certainly in Hawke's Bay, to different products like apple, you know, the whole of the Esk Valley before was like Gabriel was virtually gone from grapes and was put into apples.
Apples, yeah.
And more productive but with different soils, which you probably don't have that ability here.
Oh, well, there's plenty of keen beef and sheep farmers at the moment. It's been a good year for us.
Yeah, that's my experience. Is if the grape growers are unhappy, it's because the farmers are happy, and yeah.
I mean, there's a blackcurrant farm just across the road. There's definitely lots of things you can do out here still. That's the point, I think.
Yeah. You mentioned a couple of times, you know, houses growing on the hills and, you know, obviously people building up there. But at the same time, we sort of hear about the idea of this lovely rural outlook. Does that not worry you that actually if people are building on the hills, then surely those houses are going to become visible, that diminishes the rural outlook if you've got, you know, buildings up on the hills?
It's nothing like 180 hectares of panels. It's just nothing like it. It's actually amazing to build community. We might get a pub out here again after it burned down. I think you have to be at least 5 hectares with the subdivision rules from what I recall. And so far so good. It's been lovely. I mean, with the Trails Trust, it's meant we've had all these amazing new neighbours who've got energy and want to invest in it and just love the region. It's just been a really amazing 10 years.
What about the wind farm?
Yeah, the wind farm was consented before my family personally came here. So we've had to get our heads around that, but it's not being built on the side of a township, is it? Or at the beginning of a cycling trail, or very close to a lot of vineyards or potential B&B locations. It's completely, no one's building a B&B on the top of the ridge.
I think that's, yeah, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You've got one more to go.
I have to keep going. This is actually quite short. This is my father's notes to his submission, and I'm just going to read them out. You're welcome to ask a question, but I think we've covered a lot and it's still relevant. Yes, as you know, my father and I, he's a director of Black Estate with my husband, so we understand what we've been doing in this valley for the last 17 years and our community and the North Canterbury wine growers. Right, this is from Rodney Nash. He wanted me to note his credentials, Bachelor in Horticultural Science, Diploma in Business Ag, Lincoln and Auckland. Regenerative farming consultant, retired, extensive international experience in the seed industry, UNDP. Right. The Waipara Valley, Omahi, is unique. Please protect it for the future. Only some 50 minutes from New Zealand's second largest city and international airport. It is a recreational, cultural and agricultural and horticultural gem. It is visually splendid and highly productive with a unique collection of soil types and limestones. Well suited to tourism, hospitality, specialty seeds, sunflowers, lucerne, onion seeds, truffles, porcini, beef, lamb, honey, and other crops. It can be likened to Tuscany and Provence, which I can validate because I get told that all the time in my cellar door. Also has limestone fossils, rock drawings, and cultural importance. The shoulder slopes on the west-facing Teviot Hills are already highly sought after for grape growing, but also for the splendid views across to the Alps, the Waipara Gorge and Weka Pass. High-quality homes and accommodation are establishing. The Waipara Township is growing, and the rail siding has special heritage character. Two of New Zealand's principal state highways pass through this area, as does the main rail line. I appreciate the importance of solar power for future electricity, but it needs to be positioned in non-important areas, not in the centre of a visually unique, highly productive district. The streams in this area are beautiful for families to picnic beside, swim and play. There are trout in the streams and eels. The proposed solar project would spread along some 4 kilometres of long, narrow strip of farming land between a tourism highway and a beautiful stream. Please do not let this project happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can't actually ask you any questions because
No.
you might put some words in his mouth. No.
It's fine, I'm
But
done.
please, put on past your thanks, but,
Yeah, pardon.
and we've heard it.
I will. Thanks.
Okay. Right, so I think we go back, Jack and Kelsey. Come up. We'll just have to wait a second. Hey, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yeah, just make sure you get that mic pulled towards you.
Okay.
Just get close to the mic.
I stray.
Yeah. And
Is that all right where I am now? Is it okay now?
yeah, it's fine now. It's fine now. So again, we've read your submission, so and we're happy for you to talk to that, and then we'll see if we've got some questions.
Okay, well, I'm going to carry on from where I left off in my submission. That's all right.
Yeah, no, fine.
In my written statement, I gave the reasons why I consider the proposed site for the application before you totally inappropriate. I concluded that submit that submission by saying the proposal wouldn't benefit Waipara, the wider community, or the environment. I'll start where I left off, but I'll also give examples of the harm that's already been done. Now, Waipara is a vibrant rural community. You should have copies of articles from this.
Yep, we've got a
Light reading for you after yesterday, I think. An article published in that magazine, the Huranui, describes the most recent food and wine festival to be held in Waipara. In it, the writer claims the Waipara Valley really does punch well above its weight when it comes to food and wine. I agree. Waipara punches above its weight in many ways. The Food and Wine Festival attracts hundreds of visitors every year. Sometimes they arrive by coach, and this year a special festival train brought some of the visitors from Christchurch and Rangiora. Some festival goers prefer to stay overnight and enjoy a weekend in the country. Many Waipara residents provide accommodation. Others intend to, but have put on hold for the last 2.5 years their development plans to meet the growing tourism industry and to supplement their income, often from farming or other land-based activity. Why have we put our plans on hold? Quite simply, we fear that if an industrial solar plant dominates part of our valley, people would no longer wish to visit Waipara. Certainly, they would not want to come during the 2 years of construction with its associated earth moving and noise. Presently, Waipara hosts tourists, both national and international, throughout the year. We are a perfect distance for those living in Christchurch to visit for a day or for a weekend in the country, and for vineyard tours, which are often enjoyed by cruise ship travellers. People arrive in coaches, cars, and camper vans, and it's not unusual for some to fly in by helicopter. They all come for the beauty, for the food and the wine, and to enjoy the countryside. Some vineyards cater for small parties, for weddings and for pre-wedding celebrations, others for travellers stopping en route before continuing their journey along Alpine Scenic Route to visit the hot springs at Hanmer. Waipara provides fine dining, platters, and picnics, all within a rural setting of great beauty. It provides a cycle trail and walks with special distant vistas. It's questionable how many tourism businesses would survive this development. Some people come to Waipara to experience the Waipara Railway journey to Waikari. Once a fortnight, the car park at Glenmark Station is chock-a-block, and there's the buzz of excitement as people gather on the platform. The Waipara Railway is run by railway enthusiasts who fortnightly offer a chance for people to experience the unique journey from Waipara to Waikari through stunning countryside. Some marvel at the views, others at the work that had been done to restore what was once the main rail line north. What they will all share is an experience true to the 1950s. From the ticket office to the guards and station master, the enthusiasts stay true to period, creating a special atmosphere. Often people come to Waipara to photograph the train and station, and from time to time, the station and the railway have put in their own, from time to time, people come as a film location. So solar panels are not consistent with the 1950s, and those who run the railway have put in their own submission, suggesting what the presence for them along the route would mean. In their submission, they say, the effect of this 181 hectare black blot on the landscape, which is currently farmland or vineyards, could put the future of the railway in jeopardy. Waipara punches above its weight in almost every way. Physically, the valley is outstandingly beautiful. It has a microclimate provided by the hills that are prone to turn a myriad shade of purple, orange, and red at dawn and at dusk. This microclimate enables the growing of grapes, olives, and truffles alongside traditional farming, all of which are made possible by a series of irrigation dams developed many years ago, largely by a Waipara resident who was recently given an award for his services to irrigation. So Waipara generates income and contributes to the wider economy through all its varied activities. Truffles and wine are exported along with the greatly prized New Zealand lamb. You will find locally made honey, olive oil, and preserves on the Amberley market or in a boutique. Waipara has attracted a number of artisans, as well as the wine and produce makers already referred to. It's home to a range of artists who write, paint, take photographs, or make beautiful objects. If artistic output is a measure of a healthy society, we're fit and well. But changing the area from rural to industrial would doubtless affect the artisans. A variety of people live here but work elsewhere. Some have chosen to retire here. It is often the beauty of the area that has attracted them. One resident has already left as a consequence of the threat to her home of the solar plant. Mrs. Christian had had her house built in Glenmark Drive on the site she had chosen for the view. Although she was occasionally homesick for England, she had lived in New Zealand for 3 decades and loved her house and garden. When she learned about the proposal to build a solar plant so close to her house, she was both upset and anxious. She wasn't scared of the unknown. She'd travelled widely and knew what large solar developments meant. She was anxious because she'd bought her section and had the house built so she could enjoy the outlook. But being a sensible person, she'd also planned for the future and explained to me that her home was also her investment. It was her nest egg, should she need care in the future. When she returned recovered from a period of ill health, prompted, I suspect in part, by anxiety, she made plans to return to England. At the age of 80, one valued resident of Waipara said goodbye to her beloved cats, sold most of her belongings and her home, and moved to the UK. Despite our support, she felt her future well-being was threatened by the proposed development. She knew it would destroy the peace and ambience of her home and the garden she loved, and she worried that it would devalue her property with which she'd attempted to make provision for the future. But still, Waipara punches above its weight, and we are a strong community. During one wildfire incident, the community sprang into action, individuals providing what they could and offering accommodation to people and/or animals. My family accommodated a combination of ponies and alpacas. Others provided temporary homes for chickens and pigs. And we have a dedicated civil defence team who organise sustenance and beds in the community hall and kept people informed. We have a wonderful team of volunteer firefighters and a committed residents association. It is not uncommon for a meeting of the Residents Association to end with the arrangement of a working party. Potholes are dealt with, fallen trees cut up, fences repaired and planting done, all with good humour and pride in the place where we live and without payment or thanks. We trust and accept that if the tennis club needs help or the scout leader reports an issue, it will be remedied. And we note with admiration that the damaged Glenmark Church was repaired rather than abandoned, even though the work was long and costly. We are also immensely impressed at the greening of Waipara Group, who are responsible for the reintroduction of native plants to this pocket of Canterbury. We are already seeing the return of native birds. Most of the Residents Association, not all, but most, oppose this application, and you have their written submission. I think I've justified my claim about Waipara. It does punch above its weight in its beauty, its sense of community, and in its contribution to the local and national economy. Its commitment to maintain and enhance this beautiful valley is long-standing. Many of us feel strongly that we cannot allow this proposal to become reality. I adhere to what I wrote. This proposal would not help Waipara and has the potential to damage what has been and is being developed here. It has already had an impact, with some businesses having halted their plans until the outcome of this hearing is known. One resident has already left, and it is unlikely that any of the existing tourist businesses would survive the construction period with its associated noise and earthworks. Industrial development is not what people come to Waipara for. This is no way to sustain a community, and we are a community. I urge you to read another item from April's Huranui magazine. This one concerns the end of harvest party held annually by Greystone Wines. For now, I'll offer you 2 quotes from the article. We invite you to join us for our end of harvest party, a celebration that belongs as much to the community as it does to us. And join us to celebrate the people, the land, and the mines that define not only Greystone, but North Canterbury as our home. As we move forward as a society as a whole, we must become increasingly self-sufficient. We cannot rely on money spent by a workforce during 2 years of construction. That is no way to sustain long-term a rural land-based economy. I wrote that this in my earlier submission, that this development would not benefit the wider community. Let me explain. Many people who live in areas around Waikari and Hawarden make a daily commute that takes them along State Highway 7. Concerns about the increased probability of accidents on the nearly 4-kilometre stretch of road adjacent to the development and around the proposed site's entrance have already been made. I'd like to add another perspective. The impact on the Alpine Pacific Scenic Route, and which is also, by the way, featured in the small magazine. I lived in a beautiful part of the Lake District in England for many years. I did a similar commute, and I vividly remember the point on my homeward journey when the toils of the day were forgotten and my spirit was lifted by the sight of the Pennines. The beauty of nature has great capacity to enhance our lives. Vines, in common with our deciduous trees, change their beauty from season to season, from abundant growth in spring when they fill the fields with lush green, through their fruit-bearing months and autumnal shades, to winter when their essence is revealed and they stand ready to renew the cycle. Someone has compared them to solar panels. I disagree. Centuries of poets have been inspired by the beauty of Mother Nature. Do not liken her to saw-tooth rows of silicon and steel. Economically, the wider community wouldn't benefit. I've spoken of the Weka Pass Railway. Fortnightly, it delivers up to 300 people over 2 journeys to Waikari, where most passengers, as you've already heard, get off the train and wander down the slope into the township. Penna's just told you that many buy ice cream, snacks or coffee, and some stop at the hotel. If the train stops running or there's a reduction in journeys, the businesses in Waikari would feel the impact. At Matariki, the train makes a special night trip and stops at Waikari to allow time for a meal at the hotel. We learned the hard way that it's necessary to book a table and a meal in advance because the hotel is full on that occasion. The postponement of business development in Waipara caused by the proposal will already have had an impact on the wider community. The money that might have been spent building and furnishing more tourist accommodation has not entered the economy. When one community does well, neighbouring communities do well. When one suffers, so do the communities around them. A piece written, another piece in just one issue of the Huranui magazine by our local MP, Stuart Smith, goes further. Mr. Smith wrote, "When rural communities thrive, our whole country benefits." Mr. Smith also revealed that the rural sector is hitting its stride in terms of trade and that tourism was up by 9.4%. There are economic, aesthetic, and health reasons why this proposal would not benefit Waipara or the wider community. My final point, in terms of the environment, we are now at a point where we must take seriously our responsibility for the future of the planet. We are at a pivotal point in time and must make certain that what we do is well considered and thoughtful. Mr. Andrews claims this proposal was thoughtfully conceived and carefully designed. I disagree and will return to this point. I first want to point out that damage to the environment has already been done with the clearance of the Mataguri. Not only is this a serious loss, but it has caused considerable emotional distress to the people who genuinely care about this land. I note that the Resource Management Act includes provision for the impact on people to be considered. There is plenty to consider with this proposal. As the environment reports have already been written and presented, I make a request that the impact of the destruction of native fauna be noted. From their statements, I'm left unsure whether it was Mr. Kidner or Mr. Andrews who discovered the assumed suitability of 380 Waipara Flat Road for a solar plant. Mr. Andrews has us believe he had searched high and low for such a property. Mr. Kidner that he approached Mr. Andrews with the proposition. I would not be so keen to claim the idea as my own. It is an appalling choice, as I've explained in my written submission. On the other hand, Mr. Andrews has quite correctly put on record that there have been a number of iterations of the plan, or there needed to be. The first plan we saw contained a number of errors. It placed Waipara in Hawke's Bay and described a number of properties so inaccurately that their owners couldn't recognise them. You may think that these errors and others like them are trivial. Let me tell you that when your plans for the future are threatened, together with your chosen lifestyle, when you know your husband, who is in his 80s and suffers tinnitus, couldn't tolerate the 2 years of building or the ongoing noise of the panels, moving and inverters cooling, when you suspect the heart attack that had him hospitalised may have been contributed to by this awful process, and when you know the view from your window, garden and drive wouldn't be altered from rural to industrial, when you know that the view from the outside table where you eat Sunday lunch whenever the weather is fine would no longer be of vineyard, hills and distant mountains, and when you know the bird song you relish will be accompanied by noise, these things and what they say about the developers matter. And when you live in an area with a unique microclimate, prone to wildfires in the summer, and find the expert witness's report on fire was written for another site in the North Island, It matters. And commissioners, can you imagine what it's like to have the frustration of this process over 2.5 years? And can you imagine how it feels now at this stage to find that the plan is still incomplete, as we see from Nicola Kirby's report? There's one very basic omission which has already been raised. Where will they get the water they need? And how very foolish it was to select a property without water and so close to a community and on an alpine Pacific scenic route. Perhaps we should not be surprised. Far North Solar were recently taken to task by the Wellington Environment Court for repeatedly failing to offer information requested. We know the first solar plant they were responsible for suffered many delays, despite its small size. Jacinda Ardern turned the first sod on the Far North Solar development in 2021. Far North Solar complained it would be operational the following year. It wasn't, nor the next. 2024? No. Finally, in 2025, it was made operational by Aquila Capital, who were financing Far North Solar, but have now parted company. Perhaps the fact that claims weren't met should not have been surprising. Both of Far North Solar's directors were earlier given an official warning by the Commerce Commission for making false claims about solar. In addition, they had been the subject of a Fair Go programme, having left businesses and individuals dismayed at the installations they'd paid for. This is a serious moment in time, and we need responsible people to act responsibly. I'll end as I started. Waipara punches above its weight. While we're sitting here, as you know, a large wind farm is already being developed on Mount Cass. There's a landfill site, also on Mount Cass, which is currently generating power that can't be used because of lack of connection to the grid. Commissioners, you have an awesome task to ensure land is used responsibly. I am strongly of the view that this proposal be rejected and our vibrant community be left to flourish and continue to develop land-based economy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you've covered a lot. Thank you. It was beautifully said. Thank you very much. I don't have a lot of questions because you've covered a lot, and also I think we spoke. Is it your daughter we spoke to this morning? So
yes,
she's covered a lot.
You're getting the whole family.
Yeah, we're getting that's fine. So I don't have any specific questions about your property because we heard those this morning. I guess one thing. So how long have you been in Waipara?
Coming up 5 years.
5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about the Pennines in the UK, and I'm sure you've got a smile on your face. Mm-hmm. That's the thing with landscape is you can picture something and smile. You remember something. Can you think about your home here and tell me what you think about when you think about Waipara? What does that landscape mean to you?
I think it's typical rural New Zealand as I think of it, and as I've seen in paintings. Someone else has referred to I think it was Jack's this morning, the shading on the hills as the light alters. It's very unique to New Zealand. I agree also with Pen Naish, who said it's rather like Tuscany because often we get a low mist that hangs over the hills. When I think of what it means to me, I think of community, a strong community. We've met some lovely people since we've been here. My husband and I used to do a lot of walking. He now has arthritis. I have stenosis of the spine. Our walking is generally done these days on our property. It's like going off for a day in the country without leaving home. But we would see a whole array of the solar panels, plus where they are on the lower terrace. That would be very close to where we had intended to build. We're still living in the very small cottage that we renovated. That was going to become for tourists, and we were going to move to a bigger property. Yes, it means the people, because people are what matter in life. And you've heard from a wide range of the people who live here, like that it's a mix of people, just as our produce is a real mix. The beekeeper lives in the township, but we see him on the market. But it's also contributing enormously to the New Zealand economy with exports and with its tourist industry. Waipara, to me, it took me a while to get used to what I think about home. Because, to be honest, I was born in England, and I lived for a period in New Zealand, and then returned to the Lake District. We were in a very rural area there. Our closest neighbours were farms about half a mile away on either side of us. And that was stunning. But I'm used to lanes and intimate walks along rivers where it's enclosed. It took me a while to adjust to the wide horizon. It's that distant view, I think. We have vines in the foreground, but you're going to come visit us sometime.
Yeah, we are.
So you'll see. So that's what I think of when I think of home, and when I think of Waipara, it includes people.
Lovely. Thank you.
Sure. You've addressed some of the questions I've had, but the one that hasn't been addressed is this issue around the cost of insurance.
About what?
Cost of insurance, which you raised in your submission.
Did I?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm going to ask you. I'm assuming that's potentially related to fire.
Yes. I think the concern is that if a fire started on our property, we actually share a boundary with 380.
Yep.
Despite which Farnell Solar thought we wouldn't be affected by it. We weren't one of the 3 houses that they thought would be impacted. And fires do start very easily, as you probably know, in farmland, and particularly in this area, when we have very dry, very arid summers. The last one hasn't been typical. I've preferred it because things have stayed green. Most people wanted a summer, but no, green was fine by me. That we wouldn't be able to cover our liability if the spark travelled to the solar, if a fire started with us and travelled to the solar.
Oh, I see. So I got you. I see.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Thanks. That's the only question. I think the other ones
I have actually realised I did have another question for you. Sorry. Yeah, you mentioned that part of the community did greening projects, planting projects. Yeah, I knew you'd be interested in this.
Yes. Sorry.
Yes. Are there any projects that perhaps we could see? What we're interested in, obviously, is how to get plants to grow here. So
right. Well, when you come to our property, we can show you that exactly and explain to you what we did wrong. And it doesn't work well for what Farnell's Solar planned to do. I thought I'd have a garden, a flower garden. In summer, It doesn't rain. It's very hot, and often we get a very hot wind. You can water and turn your back and it's dry. The wind is a thief of water. We planted 100 natives when we first arrived. The ones that we irrigated for the longest have done a bit better, but they've now been in place for a good 4 years. So you can see exactly the growth when you come. And I'm afraid this is ambitious and very unbelievable if you live here, the expected growth.
Okay.
I'm not minded to offer mitigation because I think you shouldn't go there. It shouldn't be happening. If the world has gone mad and you do decide that, you know, it can go ahead, we must have the planting in place and at a certain height, 4 meters at least, before they do anything else on the site. I don't think you'll let it happen, but I didn't think Trump would be elected.
So just, I've just got one more. It's you and many other people.
Twice.
Just going back to the Greening of Waipara group.
Yes.
Is the planting that's undertaken by the group, is that on public land?
Yes, some of it is, but as I say, it was before our time,
Right.
the height of that. And you'd be better off asking Mr. Harris when he comes.
Okay.
He was pivotal
Okay.
in
Okay.
it.
We'll just note, we'll note that down.
Yeah.
And he'll be able to tell you all about it.
Okay. Great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. We're up to. Is it Mari Mazui? Is that right? Sorry, my list's all over the place here now.
You're my landlord for 4 days. I haven't met.
Lovely to meet you.
Yeah.
Conflict of interest.
No, well, no, because I haven't even met it. So hello, across the table. Yeah.
Okay, so once again, it's read the submission, but we're happy for you to speak to that, and then we have some, no doubt have some questions on that.
Thank you. I'm here today representing myself and my husband, Steve Ray, and our business, Waipara Vines Limited. Unfortunately, Steve cannot be here today due to work commitments.
So are you speaking on both of those then?
I am representing both of us.
Right. Yep. So we've got, because we had Waipara Vines Limited coming next.
Yes, I'm hoping just to cover off.
Everything in one.
Are you comfortable?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yep.
Okay. We are also members of the Waipara Valley Community Collective. And given the majority of our concerns will be covered by the Society's submission later in this hearing, I would like to focus on the human aspect relative to the concerns I raised in our submissions, if I may. As a brief background, we purchased 27 Bain Road, Waipara, on the 3rd of August 2023, being 5 hectares comprising 4 hectares of 12-year-old vines, together with 1 hectare of clear land and driveway. We have been in pre-retirement phase since 2021. We met with Huronui District Council in late 2022 to discuss the site, future options available to us. We also spent 12 plus months working in the region to ascertain that this is an area that we wish to retire to, that there would be a viability for supply demand that would align with the plans that we had. We became aware on the 19th of September 2023, just 6 weeks after we purchased, that an application had been made by Far North with the Huranui District Council. We attended the open day on the 28th of September 23 and consequently put all our future plans and dreams on hold. After 18 months, we made a decision to progress with some of our plans, albeit slightly differently.
Can I just stop you? Can you just pull the mic a bit closer? Sorry, I've got some hard of hearing.
Is that better?
Yep.
Yes, thanks.
I'll revisit that. After 18 months, we made a decision to progress some of our plans, albeit in a different way. We have a commercial contract on our grapes and 2 vineyard accommodation pods now providing supplementary income and to be the future basis of our retirement structure. The first pod was finished and ready and live for guest bookings in July 2025, and the second pod finished in December of that year also. We have had in excess of 360 guests, approximately 180 bookings to date, and reviews sit around 4.98 to 5 out of 5 with Airbnb and 9.5 to 10 out of 10 with Booking.com. All of our expectations have been exceeded, and we feel very positive about the future for us. A common theme from approximately 100 reviews between those 2 platforms being location, peaceful, tranquil, private, serene, panoramic, vineyards, mountains, views. And among the most frequently mentioned highlights, guests describe the scenery as stunning, beautiful, breathtaking. Many mention the joys of totally relaxing, disconnecting, a dominant feeling of rural calm. Most of our guests spend at least 24 hours in Waipara visiting vineyards, cellar doors, restaurants, and the many, many other activities. Business projections calculated on traffic flow of State Highway 7 past Bain Road, sitting at between 6,000 to 7,000 vehicles travelling daily and an estimated 120,000 visitors annually, bode well for our future and Waipara as a whole. When researching Waipara and as part of the decision to retire and invest our life savings, we referenced the following: Huranui District Council, about the district, My Huranui, Waipara, links to North Canterbury wine region, refers our people, our place, our wine, denoting a sweeping scenic photograph of the valley and ranges, stating, you are now entering the east of New Zealand's South Island, an internationally renowned destination for food, wine, and nature. Immerse yourself in an abundant and truly local experience of taste, surrounded by the breathtaking panoramic vistas of North Canterbury. NZ Site Tours refers Waipara Valley in North Canterbury is widely regarded as New Zealand's coolest little wine region, celebrated for its boutique wineries, scenic landscapes, and exceptional cool climate wines. Why Waipara stands out? The Waipara Valley, located just 45 minutes from Christchurch, is home to over 90 vineyards, 10 cellar doors, now 12 are here today, and 4 winery restaurants, making it a compact yet vibrant wine destination. Waipara Valley and North Canterbury provide breathtaking panoramic views combining rolling vineyards with nearby mountains and rivers, end quote. Wikipedia refers Waipara lies at one of the points of the Alpine Pacific Triangle, which also includes the major tourist centres of Hanmer Springs and Kaikoura. It goes on, the unforgettable Alpine Pacific touring route, described as 450 kilometres of spectacular scenery. And 100% pure New Zealand refers Waipara is a picturesque valley, just 45 minutes north of Christchurch. This is one of New Zealand's premier wine regions. Discover an excellent balance of eco-adventure and indulgence on the Alpine Pacific touring route. Waipara's vineyards and olive groves are a highlight of the drive to Hanmer Springs. Historic campaigns across many platforms promote Waipara locally, regionally, and internationally. Waipara's identity is one of uniqueness, landscape, and award-winning vineyards, relying heavily on landscape appeal, wine identity, and rural tranquility. New Zealand tourism should absolutely be opposing mass-scale industrial solar. It does not have a place in this unique and beautiful valley, a tourist destination. A valley that should have a label not dissimilar from the Mackenzie Basin awarded to it and to protect it. New Zealand's tourism sustainability commitment aims for every tourism business to operate sustainably across 4 pillars: economic, visitor, community, and environment. This includes reducing carbon emissions and protecting natural landscapes. Waipara businesses, especially wineries, farm stays, and boutique accommodations, operate within this national framework, aligning their practices with these goals. In our case, our guest stays designed to blend into the natural environment. If this industrial solar plant goes ahead, there is no doubt it will change the characteristics and affect the identity of this valley. Will this impact us personally? Most definitely. Will this impact our business? There is no doubt. And of course, the impacts will be catastrophic to Waipara and the region. Will those impacts outweigh the current urgent need for renewable energy just because it's one of the biggest topics right now? From a business perspective, our concerns if this industrial solar plant is granted to commence construction and operation located just 400 metres from our property, being in no particular order of priority and obviously listed in our submission, a visual blight of industrial wasteland encapsulating 3.8 kilometres of tourist passage to and from our luxury escape pod accommodation, construction noise for 2 years or 24 months, not only for our quality of life, but the impact to our guests and therefore the economic viability of our business. Additional noise implications from reverberation unique to the Waipara Valley is a major concern for and has it been accounted for under NZ Standard 6803 1999, in addition to noise and vibration covered in the applicant's consent. Conflicts and contradictions with the district plan and the prosperity to a number of businesses adjacent to 380 Waipara Flat Road. Fire. Is FEN's assessment for mitigation sufficient to counter the high risk of fire events we experience in this region? If there is not enough water under an irrigation allocation, how are they going to fight fire? This concerns us greatly given our proximity to the property adjoining our neighbour's vineyard directly on State Highway 7. Insurance is unavailable for our vines and infrastructure, which leaves us totally exposed and left with bare land in the event of a catastrophic fire. I referred in references you have to the New Zealand Herald reporting on a fire on the 6th of February 2024, closing State Highway 1 at Waipara due to fire jumping and spreading across the highway. The make right at the end of the project. Is Huranui District Council taking and holding a bond sufficient to cover the costs of make right, given this company are only leasing the land and have zero reliability to clear the site at the end of such a project? Glint and glare, not only for drivers of State Highway 7, but 50 plus vehicles, predominantly trucks, that travel on Bain Road daily. SLR Consulting report refers to D1, D2 and Bain Road as impacted each day due to vehicle movement
and panels with their tracking of the sun. We are again extremely concerned about that intersection where Bain Road meets State Highway 7 for the high number of vehicle use, and now our guests, a number of those tourists to navigate. I'd like to finish off responding to a couple of comments Mr. Andrews made yesterday morning. He referred to the future dual purpose of the farm at 380 Waipara Flat Road, and that stock grazing would be in conjunction with the solar panels. Please see the photos on the back of my reference page taken from our property this morning. We have a 12 kilowatt off-grid solar panel system which provides 90% of our energy for our accommodation pods at 27 Bain Road. You will see that after 11 months, there is no growth under or around the 11 2-metre panels, neither grass nor weeds. How will they graze stock is quite the question. Finally, bottom of the page, the empty frame, a picture I would have liked to have obtained yesterday morning as I watched sheep grazing in our vineyard. Sheep on their hind legs reaching just below the top biers of our vines, approximately 1.5 metres, to get to leaf and grapes, recalling that Mr. Andrews states sheep will not be able to get up close to the solar panel wiring. I think it was a question asked by one of the commissioners yesterday. I'm not convinced that's not a probability. I'd like to extend a welcome to the EU commissioners to visit our property and view the effects and impacts an industrial solar plant located 400 metres from our property will have on our life. Thank you.
Thank you.
So on your site, where's your house located on site?
We haven't built our house yet. We put those plans on hold.
Okay, so I'm just trying to, so you're straight off Bain Road, come off Bain Road. So I pulled up Google Earth, so I was
turn left into Bain Road.
Yep.
400 metres on the left, you'll turn into our driveway.
Okay, so what's in there at the moment?
We've got sheds, facilities to support our work on the vineyard.
Okay.
And 2 accommodation pods.
Okay. So you don't actually live on site at the moment?
No.
Okay. And
we spend a lot of time there. So
yeah, I imagine you do. Vineyard next door, is that to the south, back down the state highway, when you said vineyard next door?
The vineyard next door runs directly along State Highway 7.
Oh, so that's long, so that road, that track that's running between vineyard on State Highway, that's your boundary?
Yes.
Right, I got you. Okay, now I understand. I was going to ask you, there is obviously a solar farm proposal very close to where you live behind you somewhere. You're aware?
Yes, I believe that's more recent, yes.
Yes, you're aware of that?
Yes.
And do you know much about it?
I've put in some objections and concerns to Horonui Council regarding that.
Right, okay. So you're opposing that as well. That was my question.
Yes, and not for dissimilar reasons too.
Out of the two, which one is perhaps easier to live with?
Honestly, neither.
Neither.
They both have major disadvantages for the area.
Have you done plans for your house? Can I ask that?
Yes.
Where's your outlook?
Well, status quo is we've put that on hold. We don't know now.
So you haven't. So in terms of design, you're not sure which way you're looking at this stage?
Well, it depends on what happens from this hearing.
Okay. Because you're quite different from a lot of other people we've had through here so far. So you're not on Mackenzie's Road or in the Waipara Village. You're somewhere slightly different. So I'm just trying to get perspective because a lot of people are looking out towards Mount Grey, looking out that way.
Yes.
Let's get the sun at the moment. Sorry.
And that's why I've extended a invitation for you to visit so that you can see we will be impacted not dissimilarly to Mackenzie's Road, but in a different way. Obviously, we're not looking at the panels, the front of the panels, but it could be argued that the back of the panels are even less desirable to look at.
But I guess in time, you'd be looking at vegetation, and I think across half your property length, there's already a shelter belt in that locations, and there's a pine, was it macrocarpa? No, I think it's old man pine shelter belt, which I think the applicant's looking to reduce in height.
Yes, so we've had a number of conversations with the applicant at meetings. Originally, they were removing all of those pines. Then they talked about keeping them. They said they couldn't reduce them in height because they believed they would die.
Right.
So it always came back to the fact that those pines would be removed.
Okay.
We would
have a look at that.
We would prefer they stayed, of
They
course.
stayed, yeah. I thought that was the proposal, but I'll have to have a look at that.
They're removed in the visuals.
Yeah. Okay. So the view would be, well, I know it because I've looked at it this morning from the pods that I'm staying in. So it's down those vineyards. So you look down the row, and so you from those pods down the row, and then there's a second vineyard which is your neighbour. So you look through that vineyard. There's the road, and then the solar farm beyond that.
And so plantings are aligned with our neighbours. So you're looking right down the
rows. Yeah.
And so obviously at different times of the year, we're going to be more impacted than at other times.
Yeah. So the winter, it's going to obviously be greater.
Correct.
Yeah. And when would your peak season be? Is it like, or is it pretty steady throughout the whole year?
Look, it's exceeded all expectations, and
he's been standing.
Yeah.
certainly we didn't expect in 1 July when we got the pod going last year that we would be busy, and we have.
Yeah.
You read out a number of the comments here. Has there been any comments about the solar farm? Perhaps I should say solar farms in your comments.
No, and there's certainly not something that we talk about.
What about the big pivot across the road?
People expect pivots in rural areas.
Yeah, so Bain Road, so who are the users of Bain Road at the moment? What sort of vehicles do we expect down there?
You've got a number of farmers down there, half a dozen, and one big winery, Bain Road Winery at the end.
So there are heavy vehicles that would go down that road?
Yes, well, we're trying to substantiate how many vehicles, but approximately 50, and the majority of those will be truck and heavy machinery.
That go down there at the moment, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. And so at the intersection of State Highway 7 and Bain Road, that's an area of concern for you?
Yes, very much so, because it's a very busy intersection.
Right.
Because that highway is very busy.
Yeah.
And if there is a distraction or a glint and glare, that's just going to exacerbate.
Yeah. Okay.
Has the winery got a cellar door?
Our winery?
No, the winery at, not your one, because I realise you haven't got one, but what about at the back? The one at the back, the bigger one, has that got a cellar door? Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
So you're not getting tourist,
Well, we do.
you do, but odd.
That people come up the road, hoping there is a cellar door.
There's a lot of disappointed people driving up down the road as well.
We hope not, because we do, I've even taken guests up to have a tour through the winery, so it's not closed off.
Perhaps you should stick a container out on the edge there and one out there as well. So, is there where that pivot was I was referring to, is that a dairy farm in there?
Yes, we've got dairy and sheep.
You've got dairy as well, so you've got a tanker coming in as well.
Yes, we've.
Yep. Okay.
I think that's covered it for me.
Yeah, that's covered it me as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time coming in. I think we have got it.
So we'll just take a break for 15 minutes and then I think we've got the Waipara Valley Collective. So 3:30. Oh. I get caught in rugby practice at least.
Yeah. Gonna go out.
Very good thing.
Got it.
Got it. So we've read your evidence. So happy for you to summarise, and then we're likely to have some questions.
Thank you. Look, I'm happy to take my evidence as read, as you've said.
Okay.
I think our position from within our village is, our focus is on the water issue. We don't oppose other forms of energy, but we do have a concern with water. I do think the issue of, is it Bub? Is that the?
Yeah, Mr. Bub, yep, yes.
I think the criticism was misplaced, but I'll get to that in a minute. We have a reserve at the end of the Waipara River. This Waimea, it has a court order over it that the water is to be undisturbed. It's always been undisturbed and it's dry. And that's our concern, because it's not necessarily a cultural issue, it's a legal issue within the tribe with that court order. I think the issue with Bub, I think he mischaracterizes the point I was making with Lloyd in the thesis. The point that was being made is Ackland, who's one of the historians around here, was making the point this area is low on water. Lloyd was simply making the same point. I understand there will be a 50-metre bore for water, but that doesn't really answer the question the tribe wants to know. Should I push this back further or what's going on?
No, probably need it closer to you.
Oh, closer, really?
Yeah. I think that's been, we're getting a little bit of feedback, but yeah, people be struggling to hear, so yeah, closer.
I think the issue with us is the tribe is yet to see any clear data on water and its full stock within Canterbury, North Canterbury and the South Island. There's talk of allocation and the allocation of consents, but what the volume is with accuracy and detail is simply absent. And as we've seen, none of the councils have any systems that are up to date on measurement of water. So although it's not so much about the allocation that is suggested, which I think is a rhetorical argument, we simply don't know the full stock of water within the catchment to know what the appropriate allocation is. That's our view. Is this for recording purposes? Is it?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we've got the people online watching.
Right.
Plus, so people can hear.
And so people can hear.
So in this case, what, as we understand at the moment, the applicant is arranged an allocation from an existing consent and a transfer from that consent of, at this stage, as we understand it, 8,000 cubic litres. Yes, that requires a bore to be drilled. Mr. Bubb talked about 50 metres or beyond.
Sure.
And that allocation would come out of an existing consent. So does that, I guess the question is, does that satisfy your concerns, or does it go beyond?
No, because the base point, I think, in North Canterbury is no one, including Lower, can tell us what the full run of water is in North Canterbury. So we're just switching side to side and swapping things around.
Okay.
Deck chair swapping is really what's going on. And our view is, once we know what the allocation is, then you can budget appropriately, whether it's farming or any other industry, but we don't know. And at the moment, we know we don't have enough water, and you can simply go to our reserves. There are no water running over it.
So,
so it's the discipline of allocating water with a tight framework, data and system, and is absent from all local government and regional governments. There is no accurate system with precision on measuring water and its allocation.
I'm assuming that there'll be a range of consents already given in this area.
Mm-hmm.
And like most of these water take consents, they'll have a time frame attached to them. So there'll be whatever it was, 35 years, 20 years. Yeah. They seem to be getting down to about 10 years, some of them nowadays. At that point, would you, with all those consents, do you know the take levels that are allocated at the moment? Do you know what those consents enable? Have you got that? Do you have that information? Yes, all the consents say within the don't. Do you know?
Do you mean me personally?
Well, no, does Ngāi Tahu know, or Tukuriri know?
I take just about all information we have as anecdotal, because I keep on going back to the same point. We don't know what the full stock is of water because it's never been measured. And we don't measure the recharge that happens on a seasonal basis. And we don't really have an understanding of the hydrology. And what I mean by that is where the clay beds are, where the aquifers are, how they're running, and their health. I think there needs to be precision on that before we start allocating.
And is ECAN working on that? Do we know?
No, we've been to ECAN twice, which is my concern. We'll go to them about the allocation and the consenting, but twice the tribe has been to them, 2017 after COVID, suggesting a system of water measurement, an AI framework for measuring, and a hydrology system, and they've simply fobbed it off as too difficult. and too costly. But our view is the AI system would resolve this.
In terms of our role, obviously any transfer of consent sits with ECAN. So there's nothing, this is a land use consent for Hurunui District Council. So we're not involved in that. So it sits outside of that. What, in your view, do you think we should be doing therefore?
I know this has been unbundled. We think there should be a collective stock take on the whole issue. Because you'll remember well, you may not know, we had concerns with Cloud Ocean water bottling plant in Belfast.
Yeah, that's changed.
That's our concern. I think, and I understand the need for industry, whether it's agriculture and the production of energy, but I don't see how we keep on allocating water, particularly in North Canterbury. This is a dry area. We know that. Without precision on the allocation. Now, I don't necessarily want to oppose solar farms or new energy, which is why we've supported the wind farms and other proposals. But we think caution's needed here, and you need precision on water allocation first.
Applicant indicated yesterday that an option, if the transfer didn't proceed, was to essentially truck water in and fill tanks to irrigate that way. Does that cause any concern for you?
Yeah, we've got to stop this behaviour. We need to know what's there so you can budget. I think there needs to be a budgeting system of natural resources. I'm not necessarily, the tribe doesn't oppose using natural resources for a whole range of industrial needs, including energy, but shipping it in from where? Because we know Canterbury has an over-allocation problem. So you're either going north, south, maybe west, I don't know. That's a speculation I'm not going to engage in really.
Any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. You've covered them, but other than to say, I'm from Hawke's Bay. I don't know if you come across the tank process in Hawke's Bay, but it's been a very long process, and it's exactly what you're talking about.
Thank you, Lawrence.
It's called tank. It's re-looking at all of the allocation, water allocation across Hawke's Bay and measuring the aquifer. It's exactly what you're talking about. So I say that because I just wanted to say I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that we have a challenge for us as the limit of what we are perhaps able to do, but I definitely understand where you're coming from. I'm seeing it happen in my own town.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions we've got. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks very much. Oh, sorry, I did. Do I have time to make a comment further on this?
Sure.
Look, I did notice about issues of consultation with our Runinga. We did a run through on our archives on this matter. We did see the Williamson statement or file about consultation with Mahinui Kuratao, but that wasn't necessarily clear. And we also have Whakatau Kaupapa, which needs to be engaged with when you consult, which was the publication made in 1991. Okay, right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon. For the next 15 minutes, if I'm doing that, it's not because I don't want to see you, it's just.
Quite understand. Yeah. Says, I was going to start with submissions, but before I do that, really don't like to do it, but there's a procedural issue I think I should raise first. Hopefully not quite as convoluted as the procedural matter that we dealt with yesterday. It is effectively, so as a request, you're due to hear from me on Friday. Yes. And the request is for that to be moved to Monday morning, if at all possible. Now, I do appreciate the panel had hoped to finish this week, but as I understand it, that day is available. And yes, I do make the request. I can explain the reasons, if I may. The first is that we've heard quite significant changes in the course of the applicant's evidence, particularly that of Ms. Alcarmel and Mr. Cocker, particularly in response to some of the questions that you sirs have raised. And we do need time to consider that. I have a practical difficulty when it comes to that, in that I have a power cut planned at my home office tomorrow. So that's the first point. But the second one is it's an issue that's literally just been brought to my attention in the last 15 minutes or so. And it's around a potential conflict with one of the applicant's experts. As I say, I don't want to say too much about it because I need time to investigate it, and it has just come up. But time is going to be needed to get to the bottom of that, to work out if it is an issue, to work out if it is, what the legal consequences are, and how you might deal with it. So those are the reasons for the request, sir. And I would add here that we are a community group. We're not represented by council. We don't have a legal team sitting behind us and working away in the background. I am concerned that both the changes and the new issue that we're going to have to get to grips with at a very quick time could prejudice our ability to engage in these proceedings as well as we otherwise should be able to. Says, I'm then in your hands. If you're minded to agree with that, there are two options. I could start with the submissions I was going to make on behalf of the community group now, which primarily concern the water issue and issues raised by Dr. Tao that you've just heard about. As I think I indicated to you this morning, I will be adopting the submissions I'm going to make in my personal capacity on Friday. I appreciate it's a bit artificial the way that that's been split up, my time today and my time on Friday. It's a historic accident, or not historic accident, but a historic result of how the timetable came about and where we were with things then. But what I could do, if it assists, is abandon effectively my time on Friday, make that session fully Waipara Valley Community Collective. So you're hearing all our submissions in one go. I'm not doing this slightly artificial splitting up. Having seen, says, how you've been dealing with questions, I wonder if that might be more sensible. And if you could hear us on that on Monday, we should be, I hope, able to get on top of the issues that have come up so far.
So what are you planning for today?
Well, it's up to you. I can either use the time that we have left today to make some submissions, or I can leave it off and put them all in on Monday. I'm in your hands on that one.
And on Friday, what you're saying is
time would go.
We abandon that.
Yeah.
Time to from.
On Monday. Friday. Oh, and later in the day I can change it.
No, but you can't change it. Get set date.
Should we pop out the back?
Yeah. Can we just?
I do appreciate it's not ideal.
Yeah.
It's huge. This things have changed.
We're also trying to fit in a site visit at the moment. That's the other issue.
Yeah.
On that, says it may assist. We could probably, if you wanted to, do our site visit on a Friday slot. I don't know if that helps.
We want to try and do them all at once.
Yeah, I understand.
Yes, temporary June. Yeah. Okay, we've looked at seeing what we can juggle around. So, from the Waipara Valley Collective and yourselves' point of view, we can make Monday morning available, but we have to be Monday morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we've still got to hear from the council. It does mean that we may need to juggle something around because we do want to do the site visit tomorrow now. And so it'll mean some juggling of people who were on tomorrow afternoon to try and push them into Friday, which I think includes your father. So to try and make up time because we've got 4 hours allocated on Friday and we don't want to be sitting around doing nothing. We want to be out of here by 2 o'clock tomorrow so we can do these site visits. And as I said at the beginning with site visits, we come onto your site, we have a look around, we can't talk to people about the process or about the application itself. So you just need to be clear about that, but we'd like to do that tomorrow. We know it's fine tomorrow. We had initially proposed Monday, but we think it would be better off doing that tomorrow. And then we'll move some things around. Now, it's up to you whether you want to start now or whether you can work with Monday morning. So that'd be from 9 till 12:30 with a morning tea in there. So, and that's as much time as we could allocate on Monday morning.
Firstly, thank you, sir. So that's very helpful. I think given that, it's best if I do start now and make the use of the time that we have. I can make it, it's quite specific on the point of water that Dr. Towell has spoken to. And then I will make sure that on Monday morning, we keep ourselves that time frame.
Okay.
Thank you.
So are we going to that bundle or?
Yes, so if I could ask you, first of all, actually to turn up, please, Ms. Alacarmel's response to the Section 91 request of the 24th of January 2025. So it's in the, on the website, if you're, I don't know how you have them electronically.
Yeah, website.
So it's the further information requests are listed by date, so it's the 24th of January one that you're looking for.
You found it?
Yep.
When you're there, sirs, if you go down to the very bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3 that I'm going to be asking you to have a look at, please.
What was that date again?
24th of January 25. You double check.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's in the, I'm sorry, it says it was the request that was dated the 24th of January, but the response is, I believe the 25th of March.
So on the website here, I have, if that's the easiest way to go, I have under application documents. Is that what we're looking at?
And I'll tell you what it says. The part I was going to show you is also quoted in one of the witness statements I was going to take you to. So how about we don't bother looking at it there, we'll go straight to the witness statement. And then we cut out a step. And the witness statement is in our main bundle of documents.
Ones that came through this morning?
Yes.
And we have Harris, McCuskey, Rick.
No, sorry, that's the preliminary bundle that we gave you with the procedural issue yesterday. You should have a bigger main bundle from us.
That came through this morning.
That one. Yeah.
And which one are we dropping down to?
If you can go to page 328 in that document, please. It's the witness statement of Mr. Julian Young.
Sorry, what page?
328.
Right.
Yep.
Yep.
So I'll start, if you could turn to paragraph 7 of that first, and I'll just cover off the point I was going to make regarding the further information response.
Yep.
You see, it sets out the part I was going to take you to, and it states, the landowner, this was in response to, I should say, to give you the context, to a question from Miss Kirby around water and availability of water for irrigation. Ms. Alcamel stated, the landowner, that's Mr. Kidner, has been working on water for irrigation for some years and has various water rights for different titles within, adjacent to, and on the solar farm site. There is also a water scheme on the site. The applicant expects to use a mix of the available water, changes to the local scheme rights, and the use of water tankers to support the planting programme. The applicant is underway with working with the landowner on obtaining irrigation for the site from his other water rights. Now, says the reason I'm starting you there is because you see, we have been told by Ms. Alcamel here quite confidently that water would be available in the past, just as you have heard from Mr. Bubb yesterday. Now, the position, as we heard again yesterday, has changed in the applicant's own case. They say their plans for water have changed 3 or 4 times, I think was what you were told. So you see, at that stage, at the time of the further information response, Ms. Alcamel was referring to a local water scheme. Now, if I can ask you now to go back up to the top of Mr. Young's witness statement, so back up to page 328. So you see, paragraph 1, he sets out his background, and then at paragraph 2 and 3, he explains that he's the director. He's a director of a water scheme called Weckett Irrigators Limited. And he sets out what that is, gives a brief explanation of that at paragraphs 2 and 3. And then at paragraph 3, he refers to the resource consent that scheme uses to take water. And then at paragraph 7, as you've just seen, he sets out Ms. Alcamel's further information response. And at paragraph 8, he explains that he considers the reference Ms. Alcamel made to changes to scheme rights and the landowner's other water rights could well have been a reference to Weckett Irrigators, the scheme he's a director of. He goes on then in the subsequent paragraphs to explain how Mr. Kidner acquired a property on the scheme and approached the company that he's a director of, seeking to alter the terms of the resource consent to enable water from the scheme to be used on 380 Waipara Flat Road. But Weckett Irrigators Limited wasn't amenable to that, so it didn't happen. So I would go back to the evidence of Mr. Bubb that you heard yesterday, sir, and raise the question, what if something similar happens again? They seem quite confident in March of 2025 that that would be how water would be obtained. They told us yesterday that fell through. We now have the 5th plan, I think we're on to, for where we get water. Problem, of course, is what if it doesn't turn out to be possible? Mr. Bubb explained to you yesterday to you yesterday that if you want to apply for a consent, for a transfer, and it would require a consent application, the first thing you need to do is actually drill the bore. Until you do drill it, you don't know what you may find. Mr. Bubb anticipates no problems, just as Ms. Alakamil appeared to anticipate in March 25 that there wouldn't be any problems with changing the scheme rights. The reality is we don't know. As you heard from Dr. Tao just now, we need precision on water. The problem here, sirs, of course, is caused by the fact that the site selected by the developer for this proposal didn't have water available. I spoke to you yesterday about the consequences of poor site selection in relation to the issues that have come up around the Matagauri clearance. This is another example of the same phenomenon. Mr. Andrews told you yesterday that this is a well thought out proposal. The evidence does tend to suggest otherwise. How many times, sirs, did you hear yesterday, and even this morning, this needs to be explored more. This could be fleshed out more. This condition needs work. Recall we are over 2 years in with this application. The case law, sirs, recognises a danger in an applicant picking off consents one at a time, so you never have to do an overall assessment of the impacts of a proposal. And this is a case in point. You have been put in a difficult situation. The applicant rebuts Dr. Tao's evidence by saying the water is coming from a bore. But what if that doesn't work out? What will you do about the concerns that Dr. Tao has raised? So as well on the subject of water, irrigation featured prominently in the applicant's evidence yesterday, and we are now told that they do plan to irrigate the regenerative planting. But what confidence can we have that that might not change, as it has changed again, if their plans for water access fall through? Will the plan to irrigate the regenerative planting change again? You will hear tomorrow, sirs, from Dr. Merck, a very experienced ecologist, and you may wish to explore with him the need for irrigation planting, for the regenerative planting. On that regenerative planting, I believe we heard yesterday that the current plan is that they would commence the terrace planting 1 year after the screening planting, as they'll then have water available. And this is just simply a question that I raise that I don't know the answer to. Obviously, there's no facility for cross-examination in these proceedings, but I'll simply say something you may wish to explore. Why does the water need change? Is there a suggestion that water in the first year will be used for construction purposes for dust control? If so, does that have an impact on the ability to transfer the consent and the likelihood of that transfer being granted if it's also going to be used for construction? Now, I can't go further on that because I don't know the reason for it. But I would say on the subject of the existing consent that they're intending to transfer, it would be helpful if they could provide the conditions of the current consent so that we can see if there are any issues raised by those conditions. They have redacted some of the information, but I don't think we've had an explanation as to why that redaction of conditions has been needed. The other issue with the consent is that we're not told where it's coming from or how it will get to the site. So we don't know if a consent will be required for that activity or if the environmental consequences of trucking water from another site also have to be taken into account when we're looking at environmental effects and the vehicle movements. Another issue, of course, around water, Mr. Bubb addressed yesterday, is the possibility that it will be stored in tanks on the site. They haven't got a detailed irrigation plan for how this is going to work. It's simply an unknown whether tanks will be needed, if so, how many. And as far as I know, they are not marked on any of the site plans. We just don't know again. So that's all I'm going to say about the water situation. You're in a very difficult situation now. I will come back to it when I close on Monday in a legal context, but certainty is needed. The water is fundamental to the irrigation. The irrigation is fundamental to the screening. The screening is fundamental to the application as a whole. So I'll just speak briefly on Mr. Bramley's evidence yesterday.
Have you got?
No, I haven't got it.
I have not further question.
Yes, you'll recall Mr. Bramley's evidence yesterday that the braided river environment is ecologically valuable and that there are threatened bird species there in the braided river environments of the Creek and the Waipara River itself. That accords with a document we've provided for you. It's an extract from a website called Waipara River. It's full of very useful information. I'm not going to ask you to turn it up, but for your reference, it's at page 431 of our master bundle. So it says the presence of threatened bird species does mean the issue of bird strike is real and it is pertinent. And the anomaly I just wanted to flag here says is that, of course, the applicant plans to do all this native planting. It is effectively trying to attract birds to the site. I say this is an example of attempting to mitigate one problem, but creating another one. And I'll come back to my refrain, sir. You're going to see such problems like this where you fix one thing and it causes another problem because fundamentally it's a badly chosen site. While I'm on ecology, I'll speak briefly about the Matagari clearance, not the matter that we talked about yesterday. If I ask you to turn up a document, this is in the bundle of preliminary documents that we provided to you yesterday. Yes, so it's the smaller one. And it's the witness statement when you get there of Daryl Harris. He begins at page 18 or page 20 if you're working electronically. Mr. Harris sets out at the beginning his history in Waipara and his familiarity with the site. And I should say, I think you're scheduled to hear Mr. Harris tomorrow. So of course he can speak to any questions you may have. But he speaks there at the beginning about his history on the site. You may note he has personal experience in paragraph 3 of lizards on the site. Again, that may be potentially something you'd wish to explore with him. But the part I'd like to take you to, if I may, is paragraphs 5 and 6. In paragraph 5, he tells you that he was informed by the farm manager at the time that they'd been instructed to remove the Matagari because of the solar plant. And then the point I particularly wanted to bring you to today was paragraph 6, where he explains his long involvement in the Greening Waipara program. And if I could ask you particularly to look at the last sentence in paragraph 6, I'll quote, he says, "To see such a large, significant stand of natives being cleared was like a harpoon through my heart." You're going to meet Mr. Harris. He's a farmer. He's not given to flights of excess emotion. These words reflect genuine sentiment in the community. Another document that's included in that short bundle is the witness statement of Mr. McCaskey. I don't need to take you to it. It's there. But one of the things he touches on, and you are going to hear, I should say, from Mr. McCaskey himself as well. He's a long-time resident of Waipara, former owner of the site. And one of the things he talks about is how those Matagari bushes that were cleared provided shelter for newborn lambs, and so for very good protection from southwesterly gales. I mention that, sir, because Mr. Kidner, in paragraph 25 of his witness statement, speaks of solar panels providing shelter for sheep. Well, says how ironic that he should clear the shelter that was already there. Perhaps he assumed that consent would automatically be granted. And that takes me to another wider point, sirs, and that I would urge you to consider when considering the applicant's evidence as a whole. It is not only about what is said there, but about what is not said. You will hear later in the week from Dr. Merck and also Ms. McGraw more about the Greening Waipara project. They are best to speak to it. and as I understand it, Mr. McGaw will address many of the cultural and associative values that it embodies. The Greening Waipara project is now being assisted. We're aiming the community group to assist that project and carry it on for many years to come. All these cultural and associative values that the Greening Waipara project represents, that Mr. Harris's evidence reflects, are not addressed by the applicant's evidence. The experts don't seem to know about them. I suspect they never asked. So as yesterday you asked Ms. Falakamil about how the proposal would fit in with the well-being of the community in the context of considering the policies of the MPS on renewable energy generation. I say it is notable that her evidence only considered that it would generate, that the effects would be the generation of electricity to benefit the community in a general sense. She does not seem to have considered the well-being of the community in other ways, the well-being of the people who live and work here and those who drive past it every day on State Highway 7, appreciate the view of the valley from that scenic route. So I will end there for today, if I may, unless I can assist with any questions at this stage.
No, I don't have any at the moment.
No, I haven't got any either. At this stage.
Doesn't mean
are you reading from a statement?
Things have been rapidly progressing, so I'm reading from a cobbled together mix of notes and statements.
I thought you might be reading from a direct statement. That's okay.
One benefit potentially, I'm slightly hesitant to commit myself this, but if given we have the weekend, I might be able to produce a speaking note for you, which I think might assist. So I'll do my utmost.
Yeah, just going to make sure you don't go beyond what you've already told us. That's all.
On
today.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will obviously on Monday be addressing many different issues. I will flag. These were quite confined issues, which is why I thought they could sensibly be addressed today, and they follow on naturally from Dr. Tau's evidence.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now, as I said, we want to do site visit tomorrow. So if there's anyone who hasn't indicated to, they can get their name on the list, please do. Hopefully we don't get too many more, because otherwise we're going to run out of time. But we have scheduled to try and leave here at 2 o'clock tomorrow. And then obviously it would need to be done by 5, because otherwise we're not going to see a hell of a lot. So if you haven't got your names on that list, please get your names on that list so that we can do that.
Anybody here that wants to go now?
Oh, that's, yeah. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to do their submission now? Okay, that's fine. That's okay. Okay, so we will do end of the day and back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you. We might digress.